We try to rise from the last war, and in the fragile calm of peace, there are shadows who still know the score. While all our people dream awake, a star has blazed into the sky. A special team will face the stakes. They know that living is in the way we die. It takes a chosen few to do it armies can't do. Find the truth underneath all of the lies. Track a target, pursue, crack a safe siege, a coup. Lethal weapons and masters of disguise. Keep the nation alive, send in tiger fight. And know that certainly, whatever secrets you hide, all you powers that be, the dark lantern see. The dark lantern see. The dark lantern see. As the night begins to fall, we try to rise from the last war, and in the fragile calm of peace, there are shadows who still know the score. While all our people dream awake, A star has blazed into the sky. A special team will face the stakes. They know that living is in the way we die. It takes a chosen few to do it armies can't do. Find the truth underneath all of the lies. Track a target, pursue, crack a safe, stage a coup. Lethal weapons and masters of disguise. Keep the nation alive, send in Tiger 5. And know that certainly whatever secrets you hide, all you powers that be, the dark lantern see. The dark lantern see. The dark lantern see. As the night begins to fall, we try to rise from the last war. And in the fragile calm of peace, there are shadows who still know the score. While all our people dream awake, a star has blazed into the sky. A special team will face the stakes. They know that living is in the way we die. takes a chosen few to do it armies can't do. Find the truth underneath all of the lies. Track a target, pursue, crack a safe, stage a coup. Lethal weapons and masters of disguise. Keep the nation alive, send in Tiger 5. And know that certainly whatever secrets you hide, all you powers that be, the Dark Lantern see. The Dark Lantern see. The Dark Lantern see. As the night begins to fall, we try to rise from the last war. And in the fragile calm of peace, there are shadows who still know the score. While all our people dream awake, a star has blazed into the sky. A special team will face the stakes. They know that living is in the way we die. It takes a chosen few to do it armies can't do. Find the truth underneath all of the lies. Track a target, pursue, crack a safe, stage a coup. Lethal weapons and masters of disguise. Keep the nation alive, send in Tiger 5. And know that certainly whatever secrets you hide, all you powers that be, the dark lantern see. The dark lantern see. The dark lantern see.
You're on your own, champ.
Everyone did it.
Oh god.
Screamed.
Oh, good. It is the first thing that came up.
There it is. Good job.
Cool.
You did it.
All right, cool. I don't know why the background is not moving like I want it to, but
Oh, it's flip-flopping it
it's
all over the
flip-flopping.
place.
All right. It's fine. We'll
do it
refresh the
live.
cache.
Flippity floppity on click.
Okay, it looks kind of fine in the background. It's just gonna keep moving. We're running kind of light here. Hey everybody, we did it. We're here. Welcome back to Clickety Clackety Roll to Attackety on our new stream. That's what this is called. Our new stream. Eberron Dark Lanterns: The Way We Die. I haven't figured out exactly how the title goes because I don't want to use Dark Lanterns because there is a D&D series already, but Eberron feels weird because it's just like an Eberron game, and yeah, so we're still figuring that out. Point is, Dark Lanterns: The Way We Die. Yay!
Yay!
Excellent. I love that I was the one who led that. Beautiful. So once again, welcome. My name is James Hamrick. I kind of run things around here when Ben is not, because
I thought it was the other way around. I'm sorry.
Originally it was, but
alas,
we flip-flop.
being in shows kind of changes things.
We
on occasion.
flip-flop. This is a broken household.
My goal for the channel, in any case, is to kind of start branching it out and having more DMs and more people be part of it, like it's a broader community, so that I can play in more games and I can do less work and have the channel kind of continue to grow that way. I think that's a good thing to do. But anyway, I'm James Hamrick. I'm an actor, singer, dancer, sometimes writer, director, all those sort of things.
James, question for you.
Yes.
You may have already mentioned this, but are we supposed to have the background moving, or is it supposed to be frozen?
It's supposed to be moving, but for some reason it's frozen. I think that the app that I'm using is not like doing anything.
Cool.
Like I feel like it might be screwed. Are we having trouble seeing us? Is that a thing?
I can see us. I think
can see it.
it might be just
Yes.
a refresh thing that needs to happen.
Yeah, let me get that open.
I don't know. I just work here.
Awesome. Anyway,
Yeah, it's okay now.
Anyway, great. Once again, my name's James, actor, singer, dancer, theater stuff. Yeah, aspiring teacher. That is me. We're going to go around, starting at the top left, and move around in a clockwise circle. I hope you all know where you are in that circle, and if not, I'll call you out.
You're gonna have to. Everyone's top left is a little bit different.
That's fair. Yeah, we're going to start with you, Graham.
Oh, great. Hi, I'm C.S. Graham. I am not a singer, actor, or any of those things. My entire life is spent behind the camera, and usually heckling people who decide to be in front of it. It's a great gig. I really suggest more people get into it. But yeah, you can find me here now, apparently on Fridays, playing some horrific rogue who's going to do terrible, terrible things for the sake of saving the world. And on Tuesdays, you can find me playing a Texan. For some reason.
Just
general.
terrible characters.
Just
Just terrible people. Just terrible people.
Yes.
I'm allowed to say. I'm
Less
allowed to say
characters,
that I'm a
more just
Texan.
me with a different texture pack.
Different texture pack. The CS Graham texture pack. Anyway,
All the things you never wanted in life.
Taco Master is also a terrible Texan. Good to know. Yeah. Everything's bigger in Texas, including the ways in which we screw up. Beautiful. Moving on over. I'm gonna have to be really honest here. I just know you as Smoggles. I don't know your real name.
It's Smoggles. That's all you need to know.
Got it.
Hi everyone, I'm Smoggles. I'm not a robot, and I stream games on Tuesdays and Saturdays on my channel. Mostly horror, survival, or chill. One of the three. It's gonna be one of those extremes.
You ever played chill horror? Like, what's that like?
Ooh.
I'd say that Dement Lou.
When you
in,
are the monster,
I'd say
or
Dement
just
Lou and
lethally
Ravenloft
running through the
1313 was pretty
countryside,
chill
killing
horror,
teenagers?
wouldn't you say, Ben?
Do you know?
Mhm.
Do you know what I actually would say has become chill horror for me? Is Mortuary Assistant.
Mm.
Because at a certain point, you've seen all the scares that happen, and you're
It's like,
just
oh, hey, man.
trying to get through the day, and you're like, "Oh, hi, demon. Yes. Oh, all right. I know,
Dude,
I know.
do you
you're
have to
knocking
be
the
hanging
window.
on the
You wanna
light?
win."
Like,
Yeah.
please, please,
You're
I'm
like,
just trying to
let
get through
me
my day.
this job done.
Oh,
So that's
man.
probably the closest to
I
chill
would-
horror that I've ever.
I would
gotten
love
to.
chill horror to be like you turn around slowly and you just see like a spooky creature go, hey. It's just all in slow motion. Perfect.
I forgot.
Love it.
I forgot to ask. Everyone mentioned their pronouns as well.
He, him.
Yeah, I think we're all kind of cis on that as far as I know, but just for the sake of the chat. Anyway, moving right along.
Hello everyone. I'm Helena. I use she, they pronouns. I'm also known as Kitty Crafto on the internet. And I am playing an artificer halfling today with a knack for alchemy.
Lovely. Beautiful. Moving on down. Bottom right corner.
Hey
That's
everyone,
not
I'm
Ben.
Will.
No,
Who's Ben?
It's not Ben.
no, not
Okay,
Ben.
not
Ben's
Ben,
the last
not Ben.
one.
I'm not Ben, by the way.
Hi, not Ben.
No, I'm Will. I am a cinematographer and writer. I do have a Twitch stream, although I haven't streamed in like a year, but I probably will again at some point, so you can follow me. Will Wright. I'm playing a Warforged wizard blade singer. So I'm looking forward
Lovely.
to today.
And last and
Mm-hmm.
last.
Say it. You know you want to.
Last and last, Ben.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm the unloved stepdad of the stream. I'm Ben. I sometimes act and sing and do the other things, and I am not going to be DMing until, well, I may be running something for Valentine's Day. We haven't really talked about that.
You sent me a text message with a really cool graphic. Did you make that?
Oh yeah, no, Dreamy made that.
Dreamy made that beautiful. I'm gonna have to.
That is
I'm gonna have to let her know.
for our Fey game in March. That is called Feigning Elegance Tristan Tribulations. Spelled Fey for feigning because I had to.
Because it's a thing.
Because it's a thing, and yeah. So I spend most of my free time in artistry, throwing things up on this channel.
Hey, Michael. So yeah, if any of you were here before, the song that was in our little pre-show was done by Emmy Williams 227 right there. One of the most talented people I've ever worked with. Michael, he has actually been on the stream before. He's gotten a little busy these days, but he's an excellent player, excellent singer, excellent person. Yes.
He really needs
is
the
a
guest
genius.
star on this show of all things.
Mhm.
Maybe he will guest. I'll talk to him about it. Anyway,
Need a BBG.
need to be, yeah, you're gonna play Blofeld in this. Anyway, that is everybody, I believe. So, I think that means we can start, unless anyone has anything else to plug or say or anything. We good? Good? All right, let me start some music up. This playlist is a hodgepodge of stuff that's not
Oh,
just random fan.
I,
What?
I do have a request for you, James, because we talked about this. You're really buying into that stereotype that you mentioned. If we could make a channel point thing to make my aliases.
Oh yeah, I forgot to do all that.
I mean, we don't have to do it right this second.
I'm gonna see if I can do it on the break.
Cool.
Cameo character Dr. Oh no, he's hot.
I'm so here for that.
Oh my god. Oh, it's a. You meant the James Bond allegory, didn't you? You did.
Yep.
Right? Okay, good.
Oh.
Who do you think you're talking
No,
to?
Yeah, please.
Okay. We have the music rolling. We begin. The continent of Corvair has only recently started to heal from the wounds of the last war. Some people and publications might say rise from it. The 5 main nations agreed to the Treaty of Thronehold, an uneasy peace, stopping the 100 years of conflict that cost so many lives to the point where no one really knew what they were fighting for anymore. At the end of the war, an event happened called the Mourning. No one really knows the cause of the Mourning unless you've watched Ravenloft 1313. But no one really knows what happened in the capital city of Sire, Metrol. But mist poured out of the city, consuming all of that one country, forcing everyone into this treaty. Now, it is 4 years later, and one of the 5 nations, Brayland, has assembled a task force known as Tiger 5 to combat the forces that may threaten the nation, the treaty, and the world. Our story begins in a sky car of sorts. A covered sky car flying across the horrific landscape above the mists of Sire as we head into the Mournland. Within this sky car, we see a goblin woman kind of running about, pulling apart suitcases, checking things, making sure they work, pulling out equipment, opening a case full of things and just kind of counting and checking everything. Meanwhile, sitting in chairs, kind of hooked to the walls of the sky car, we meet our party. Designation Basilisk, please describe your character.
About a 6-foot-esque swimmer's build, half elf with dark wavy hair, bright blue eyes. And since we're dressed for the mission, I assume that he's got the tactile neck look going on, very strong.
Tactical turtleneck, yeah.
Yep. Very business-like. Definitely stands and sits like he's very comfortable in a military situation. Not offensively confident, but just at ease with himself and the situation.
Beautiful. Designation Hammer, please describe your character.
Hammer is a 6-foot-tall, black short hair, and she is currently, before we get actually into mission, she has her trench coat and her hat, looks a lot like Carmen Sandiego, and has all of her gear ready. Once she takes off the jacket, you will see that she has a full MMA fighter build with her with her hands already wrapped in fighter's wraps.
Radical. Designation Professor, please describe your character.
The professor is about 3 feet tall. They are a halfling. She has short jet black hair with a skunk-like streak of white that pokes out around a pair of rather worn goggles. And she has shifty dark brown eyes that are a little too big for her face. She wears a well-loved hooded kind of jacket over the tactical turtleneck. And she often smells of mothballs. She's a little musty as a person. And her clothes conceal a well-stocked tool belt and her tiny frame. She has very pale skin, a little anemic over here, and large purplish bags under her eyes, like she hasn't slept for quite some time.
Excellent. Designation 0.
0 is a obsidian and silver warforged, who is currently decked out in a black military style outfit, with a scimitar on his back and two offshoots of metal from the top of his head that look almost like feathers.
Radical. And finally, designation Music Box.
Music Box is currently in the corner of this dropship. He's flipping through the dossier of sorts, looking at various pictures, taking on the form just as it ripples across his face. His features change, and then he switches back. He's a changeling with grayish skin, white hair that's about shoulder length, tied back in a ponytail. He's currently wearing an identical tactile neck sweater to the rest of his party. He seems quite uncomfortable in it.
Beautiful. And with that, the goblin woman, your quartermaster, G, finally pulls up. And, hold on, I'm fixing... I think I fixed the background issue. Maybe. It's probably still a problem, but we'll try something.
Not bad, Frozen.
It's not bad frozen, but I think I might just use the spinny thing from the intro. So I think I'm gonna try that.
Everyone gets dizzy.
You will enjoy this.
You have no choice.
You
Just
will
have
enjoy this.
Diabolic from the Beastie Boys playing over and over in my head right now.
That is excellent. Codename Beastie Boy.
Codename Beastie.
Yes.
Our next character.
Yeah, that's if you die, I demand that the character be. That doesn't quite work, but you know.
No, just the op can be named Beastie Boy.
Operation Beastie Boy. Okay, we're just gonna run with this. You know I'm a dungeon master. Anyway, the G is just kind of running around, just making sure.
All right, is everyone set? Everyone got their oxygen mask. Everyone got their weapons in order. Everyone ready? You're taking your deep breaths. We ready to jump? Yes, hammer.
That we need oxygen masks. We are going to ground.
Yes,
Well,
you do, because we're high up in the air, but also we don't know exactly what the air down there is particularly like. Some days it's just, you know, butterflies and flowers and smells like cupcakes, and then some days it's literally mustard gas. Yes, 0.
I don't particularly
Speak up.
breathe oxygen, so I don't need a mask. Thank you.
Well, I mean, there's team spirit to think about, but okay, that's fine.
Don't worry, I will use his oxygen mask, just in case.
It might be
It would be
smart
okay.
to have an extra.
We
We'll
promoted
find
you to.
survivors.
We promoted you to the most elite agents in all of Corvair.
Okay, beautiful. Anyway,
And she just kind of reaches over and pulls out this suitcase and pushes it into the middle of the room and opens it.
Inside, you see this. Small, stick that she picks up and extends into a little bow staff-looking device with white bulbs at both ends of it. She kind of sets it down in the middle. All right, this is an ocular destabilizer. If you spin it and channel magic through it, it should have the capacity to let out a flash of light that basically will blind most creatures that are able to look upon it. So we've got that. Excellent. Couldn't really think of much, but I figured this might actually be useful. And she pulls out a little like pencil box looking thing, and she opens it, and inside, encased in foam, is a syringe that it seems to be filled with like a red liquid that kind of lava lamp glows with bits of orange. So this will temporarily, I don't know if we haven't gotten a chance to test all the side effects, so do be careful, but this should temporarily allow you to grow to the size of, I don't know, twice of whatever you are. Very simple, and she kind of pushes that one forward. She then opens up the kit and just kind of pulls out a set of gloves and a set of boots, and goes, all right, we don't have the full suit, but it should connect to the equipment that you're currently wearing. It just takes a little time to maybe put together, but this is what I call the salamander suit. It allows you to climb almost any surface basically as quickly as you can walk, as long as you can conquer any fear of heights that you may have. Right. And then finally, we have this, and she pulls out this wristwatch. And she kind of puts it in the center. I wanted to make multiple of these, but it was extremely expensive, so do be careful with this equipment, Tiger 5. This is a weave scrambler. If you press the top right button, the bottom left button, and then you spin the wheel 3 times, it will activate this field that makes you unable to be detected by most magical and otherwise sort of things. It kind of disrupts the weave around you and makes it so that it's like almost impossible to detect you. You could think of it as sort of a watch of non-detection. That's what we got for now. Do try and keep all this equipment in one piece. Any questions on any of the... Yes.
Yes, gee, I believe I did requisition another piece.
Oh yeah, it's built into your suit.
Oh.
Yeah, I already took the liberty of doing that. Yeah, you have adaptive leathers.
Wonderful.
They're not like adaptive camouflage, invisibility magic sort of things, but actually we were able to kind of infuse some small dragon shards that were charged with a disguise self spell.
Wonderful.
So while it doesn't change you, it should be able to alter, as long as you touch one of the dragon shards that's in the wrist of your suit. As long as you touch that at the same time as you morph into a different form, your clothing should be able to match up with whatever your imagination desires. Please don't make me regret that feature. Excellent.
Me? No, of course not.
Beautiful. Any questions? Yes.
Is it okay if I lay claim to the ocular stabilizer?
You know, what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to keep it all in this briefcase because you're about to jump out of a sky car. And I'm going to drop that with you, and then you can all decide what's yours.
Would you like to put my clothing in there as well?
Well, you're wearing it.
That wasn't the question.
Oh, I hope so.
Oh dear.
I'm very confused and slightly unnerved.
A question:
Shame.
are we wearing parachutes, or have we been explained
gonna go,
yet how? Yeah.
We're actually right above the drop point. And then the thing just starts to like lower. He's like, I have to get to the front of the cabin and make sure that the idiots up there know what they're doing. Just everything will be fine. And the plane just
Thank
kind of
you.
starts tipping as she just kind of scrambles up to the door and opens it.
Thank you for all your hard work. She's a peach.
Yeah, Draska undoes her seat and takes off the trench coat. And is the suitcase there?
The suitcase is currently sliding down
Sliding.
the
Okay,
platform.
so she grabs the suitcase and she goes, "Okay, I guess we go then."
Is there like any like green light along like the interior that goes off, or is it still like kind of blinking red?
The lights just flash green, like almost as you think about that.
All right, look alive. And he starts running towards the end of the ramp, and he kind of just Peter Pans off the side of it.
All right.
Does a cannonball. He's having a great time.
MGS style
Professor
suits
just
over here.
sits
Yeah.
down. Oh yeah, Professor just sits down and starts sliding very slowly, like inching bit by bit towards the edge.
You're not using your like stick them to the wall thing to just kind
They're
of
in the
not go on the
suitcase.
mission.
They're in the suitcase.
I'm just very scared. I'll just scoot towards
Draska's
the
going.
edge.
Draska's going to wait for everyone else to go and like, come on, everyone out, time to move.
Music Box will very nonchalantly just step out the back of the plane.
Oh, fine. I just run after Music Box.
All right.
Draska is gonna see the professor still just lying down and just be like, it will, like, if it's okay, we'll pick up by the scruff of the neck and just go, it'll be okay, we'll be fine, and jumps, leaps off.
The professor is too stunned to speak.
Basilisk took the proper position, and like thought to like just kind of do that. So you can make this with
I feel like
advantage.
Okay.
Everyone make.
I feel like he has like the military background for like this exact thing, so he's very casual about it.
This isn't
Sorry,
your
it
first.
was- Which role am I making? Sorry.
Everybody, make me an acrobatics check.
Ah.
This
An
is
aqua-
Basilisk's second rodeo.
An acrobatics.
Oh, it doesn't really matter though, because I've rolled real bad.
Yeah,
Even with
that's a
advantage.
10.
Yep.
It's 10.
That's a
It's
10.
the Morn lens. They're fucking with his sense of altitude. We'll go with that. It's a 10 with advantage.
Because we got a 10. We got a 10.
We got two 10s.
Hammer.
I got a 7, so
Good thing we discussed the other character, the Beastie Boys angle.
17. We got 17.
16.
So
I'm
Hammer.
16.
So Hammer is just kind of able to hold themselves in place as she just kind of tumbles like head over heels, just kind of like in a nice little rotation, but then it just kind of stabilizes as she falls straight down. Just kind of holding the professor, who is also just kind of falling straight down. Basilisk, Music Box, and Zero. As you're falling, you hear.
What are your final thoughts?
What are your last words?
What is this? Is this air?
You
I call it air.
hear a loud
I love it.
screech, and then a swarm of what look to be bats at first, but as they approach, you are immensely unnerved to see that they bear your faces. There are 5 of them. All of them look like each of you. And they just kind of smack you around, and so you just start tumbling out of control as you continue to fall.
Handsome devils.
No, I'm
You breach-
thought.
You breach the cloud layer,
And you look down over just an endless expanse of sand and metal. You see lightning kind of in the distance in various directions, but you hear no thunder. You hear at various times screaming and just screaming rainstorms. The effects of fireballs and lightning bolts, spells being cast everywhere. And as you get closer to the ground, it's almost like you hear the sounds of war raging right below you. But as you look down, if you're capable of looking down right now, Hammer and Professor, you don't see anything there. Music Box, Basilisk, and Zero, make me a dexterity saving throw.
Ooh, there we go. It's a natural 20 for
This would have to be
27.
with advantage as well, would it?
No, it's not. Your perfect poise has been broken.
Okay, 12.
I got an 11, so I'm right there with you.
DC was 10. As you fall, all of you are just closer and closer to the ground. You see it approaching, and even the most stable of you start to wonder if this is your last moment. And you take 100 d10 bludgeoning damage. No,
There's just this sort of syrup splash on the ground.
You know that moment that after you fall out of the Nautiloid in Baldur's Gate 3, where you just kind of float there for a second? And then you hit the ground. Music Box, you just kind of float gently to the ground and land softly in the sand. Zero, you kind of catch yourself a little bit of... I don't really know if Warforged feel pain, but your pain receptors are kind of burning in your knees. Hammer and Professor, you just kind of land straight and just gently float to the ground. And Basilisk, you also just kind of tumble as you hit the ground. It hurts a little bit, but you feel like you stick the landing.
Note to
There.
self,
See? Not too bad.
pencil diving was
thank you.
definitely the wrong way to go there.
Basilisk, darling, are you doing all right?
Worst landings?
Oh, I know. I've seen them.
You kind of hear a crackling in your mind as your sending tattoos start to glow a little bit. All right, has everyone landed?
Yes.
Yes.
Good. Do we remember the parameters of the mission?
Absolutely not.
You did not tell us anything. You kicked us out of a plane.
Well, I didn't kick. They kicked you? They kicked you out of a plane?
Okay, we did not kick out the plane.
I'm
we
very
jumped out the
curious to
plane.
know how G was able to kick Hammer.
I scooted.
It was more of a light shuffle.
They used gravity.
We made you the most
Don't
dedicated spies in all of the world. Beautiful. Anywho, we are going to
Your
lose
decision, not ours.
we are going to lose contact with you as you enter deeper into the Mornland. You should be attempting to head northward. I know that is difficult, very much so, but the launch of a strange device from the Mornland occurred from coordinates about 50 or so miles north of you. We were unable to get you exactly there. We did not want to alert the Lord of Blades and his Warforged, so we had to drop you a little further. But I'm confident that you can make good time. Just be very careful and just know that you're kind of on your own out there. I hope that the instruments that G provided can help you. And at the end of the day, we need you to discover what it was that was launched out of the Mornland, who did it, and why, before it causes another international incident. All of the nations are pointing fingers at each other right now, and honestly, it's not looking too good. So, I'm relying on you to have some good information.
Yeah, do we need to destroy?
There might be something in
just
need of
find out?
destroying. We just need to find out. You are Tiger 5, the Tactical Intelligence Garrison for Espionage and Reconnaissance. You are allowed complete discretion as long as your interests align with ours. We will offer advice and counsel when we can, but use your best judgment. At the end of the day, we need to know what happened, the threat it may pose, and who did it. Those are the most important things. Are we clear?
Crystal.
Any questions?
Do we have any specific entities that we are not allowed to engage with? Any members of Karnathi or anything similar?
You're in the Mornland. There shouldn't be anything there. And honestly, if you encounter a foreign army, no one will know if they died by your hand or by someone else's. So just don't be seen.
Just had to say it out loud.
What if we do happen to come across the Lord of Blades?
The Lord of Blades is incredibly cunning, incredibly powerful, and we don't know much about him other than his desire to find justice for the Warforged, and by justice he means murdering every single being of flesh and blood that exists.
Wonderful.
So,
Wonderful.
I would advise you not to engage. I would advise you not to engage with his soldiers, but if you must, you must.
Understood.
I have.
One
a
might say
question.
if you're gonna commit war crimes, your mom and I'd prefer you do it in the house.
Literally Tiger 5.
Thanks, Dad.
About this device. Do we know where it was set to land? We know it's exited, but have any scientists on our end been able to tell the trajectory?
As far as we know, it's currently floating in the ring of Siberis right now. We can't determine what it is, and we can't get anything up there. One of the scariest things about this is that several nations have quote-unquote space programs, but none of them have been able to do much other than get as high as your jump just was.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. I'm entrusting a lot to you. The world is entrusting a lot to you. This is about more than just Brayland. Keep that in mind, and may light guide your way. T out. The
All right,
silence
let's get
following the storms and spells and all the war sounds you were hearing have just been replaced by a brisk wind, the sand kind of pelting your faces. You are eerily alone.
Wow. Before we get moving, we should probably dig into that briefcase.
Yes, it seems to be intact. Draska opens the briefcase for everyone.
Every item is
And-
destroyed. No.
Ah,
She actually,
wonderful.
the reason why her thing was so high, she used the briefcase as her landing pad. So it was
Crunch.
I was gonna say, it just says Acme. It's been filled with an anvil this whole time.
She's like, "Oh, good, anvil. Well, we got this now."
Just
I
putting
might
it
make
into
a
goon
gadget.
left and right.
I might make a gadget at some point. The proverbial brick that we use, that is just like of infinite power, and if it makes contact with something, that thing is incapacitated for until I decide.
Well, it's like Thor's hammer. You just put it down on someone. It's like goes full of movable rod.
She's going to take the syringe case,
And just go.
and immediately, and she's just gonna have it.
I'm the Lord of
have it
Blades
tucked
now.
on her gear. I should also mention that Draska has her she has her tank top that is like full leather armor, with leather shoulder pads added as well. but she also has like a giant maul strapped to her back and like a hand crossbow here. She's like decked out in other gear. She may or may not use it, but she does have it available.
Very cool. Okay.
Zero, I believe you said you wanted the flashbangs.
Yes, that will be most useful for me, especially after that harpy incident a couple of years ago.
And I'll grab the salamander suit and slither on in.
I'm sorry, I need to stop. Can someone elaborate and make up a story about the harpy
Well, you
incident?
never explain a noodle
Well.
incident. That's against all rules.
We're just always gonna bring up the harpy incident, but with different moments. No, this is just like the harpy incident.
Honestly, one of my better.
I kind of like that
honestly, one of
running
my
joke.
better
Let's do it.
conquests.
You and I remember Sean very differently.
Look, you go to one bar with a bunch of shifters, and then you find out they're not all shifters. Things bound to happen.
All right, so the Skyblinder staff, the I'm sorry, the what did I call it? The ocular disruptor.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, ocular destabilizer. It goes to 0. The syringe of growth goes to Hammer.
HGH.
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying good attention. Did everyone else pick up their things?
Yes, I've gotten
Okay.
my salamander suit.
You got your salamander suit.
Was just about to.
Music box, you already had yours, and
Naturally.
Basilisk, you have your fancy watch.
I'm putting on a fancy new watch, just adjusting it, checking the time.
Oh, I'm glad it tells time. Sometimes they don't.
Yes. I'm hoping it actually works as well as some of the other things they've actually given us over the years, although that one time with the Harpies did show a bit of their shortcomings.
Was a
Yeah.
little odd.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently one of them miscarried a 0 somewhere and mistyped flammable and inflammable. I don't understand how scientists can actually make that
Are
mistake.
they not same thing?
You see, I think they were confused about that. I think it was a translation error.
Ah, that makes sense. Anyway,
Grammar can be very
wait.
important.
Which way is north? Do we know?
Is it on the watch? Does it has a little compass app or anything like that? It's
I'm
just
gonna say it does. I'm gonna say that
Okay.
that the King's Dark Lanterns aren't completely incompetent. There is a compass
Well, I was
on
just
it.
thinking because there's storms everywhere. There's
And,
Well, actually, here's a
and I'd
good
probably say
question.
that the weave disrupting power is actually keeping the watch relatively stable within the Moorland.
I was about to
so you can
ask
trust
because
it.
we're in the moorlands. Everything kind of goes a little
little
wonky.
wonky.
So, although speaking of things brought with us, Hammer mentioned her weapons. We discussed a rifle. Is that the kind of situation where this is applicable, or would that be
You have a
No.
rifle.
okay? Wouldn't have
have
that every mission, but I think on this one it's
Yeah, you have
justified.
a sidearm and a rifle.
Okay. You'd also have like a couple of knives that are visible,
Rifle.
just for reasons.
Pathetic.
All right.
Completes the look.
So
Awesome.
the wind is still roaring. What do you all do?
We had a bearing on where we were headed, correct?
Hmm.
Like we have a rough idea of what the launch site was based on.
Relatively 50 miles north,
So
but it's hard to
Alright.
say.
Well, you better get walking, shan't we?
I suppose so.
All right.
Who would like to be our fearless leader for this
Basilisk is
soiree?
already walking ahead.
Ah, wonderful! He's taking initiative!
And now he's rolling initiative. No.
And now he's...
uh,
now
they
he's
turn around
failing
and
initiative.
shoot the problem that's in the party,
I don't know what you're talking about.
and
Um,
that's why he never saw it coming.
all right. Basilisk.
I shall hang back to make sure that no one comes from behind.
All right. Basilisk, make me a survival check.
Oh, goody.
I'm a little concerned. I'm thinking about it right now. Do we have any wise boys in the party?
I mean, I'm relatively
I
wise.
am a wise boy,
Oh, okay.
but not in that subject. So it's gonna get real great. That is that's a nat 1 for a total of 5. Not that that really matters.
Oh my god.
I'm rolling terribly tonight.
We're
Right.
Super
going
spy, I
to
am
the wrong
not.
place.
As you walk,
We go out of the morning.
yeah, you end up in the capital
I'm
city
finding
of
a
Karnath.
bar. This whole mess is. I'm done with it.
Anyway, as you walk,
Help! It's again.
you walk for a while. Probably about, let's say, probably about an hour. But then you realize, wait, shit, didn't you say I need to turn this on? And you realize that you didn't press the button combination to actually start the watch. Do you do so?
Nope.
As you do so, the hands of the watch spin rapidly, and then the compass goes crazy, and spins until it just points directly back the way you came from.
You know what? This way is looking a bit tumultuous. We're going to double back and go around some of the obstacles. I'm getting the sense of is right ahead of us. We'll just starts walking. Doesn't explain
I would
it any
like
further
to.
than
I
that.
would like to insight check this.
Yeah, sure.
That is going to be a 17.
All right, what's your deception, Basilisk?
Oop, nope, I rolled the wrong thing. Doesn't matter. Sorry, you want me to roll something or tell you
Yeah,
something?
deception. Contested with music boxes 17.
23.
All right, I believe you. Look, you
The
you
thing-
are our fearless
Yeah.
leader.
The thing is,
No, you are expert.
The thing is, Basilisk is not really wrong because as he turns around, you hear howling and screaming coming from directly where you were headed.
Look alive.
And you see shadows kind of moving over the dunes, starting to stalk you.
How did you even know?
Oh, I'm just well practiced in this sort of environment of warfare, death, and unpleasantness.
Do you engage with or take note of the shadows?
Oh, I mean, I'm pointing them out, but I don't want to engage with them if we don't have to. It's more just staying wary of them in
Alright.
case it goes awry.
You start walking. You walk for like another 20 minutes, and the shadows start to coalesce even closer. Do you try and evade them? Do you try and lose them among the dunes? Do you take any sort of action, or are you just walking away?
If I know that they're there in the first place, I would have tried to sneak the group away from it rather than just be like, oh, just about face, turn around.
All right, give me a group stealth check then. This is an
11.
espionage game. I hope at least most of you are proficient.
Be
11.
at 28.
28.
I am proficient. I just rolled like shit, so that's an 11.
13 here. Oh, my
22.
salamander suit.
Okay.
I don't think you can climb the
No.
DC.
No climbing up this DC. Not today.
Let me just check something. I'm sorry, 0 and Hammer, what'd you get?
I got an 18.
22.
Okay.
The only one who's not paying attention is Music Box. He's too busy writing in like his journal. He's like, "Oh, it's going to make for
Yeah,
a
we're all
wonderful
like
story.
sneaking down, and
It's
the
like-
hammer just goes. "Zoop."
This place would make for a wonderful poem.
Okay.
No.
You all evade. Music box. You actually see the things as they kind of peer through the mist a little bit, looking for things. They're looking for you. They look like this. And there appear to be 5 of them.
Well, that's a happy-looking fellow.
Not. No.
Yeah.
No, I do
The
absolutely not.
pouches on their necks kind of like pulsate like a frog a little bit.
Ooh, that looks like it needs a biopsy. That's unfortunate.
But you're the only one who actually sees the music box, and they appear to be like using their tongues almost like some sort of antenna, as they're just kind of scanning. You were able to just catch up with the group as they kind of disengage and start heading in another direction.
Can I roll? I don't even know if you could even consider it a nature check.
This is
Can I-
going to be a Arcana check.
Thank you. I'm much better with those. Okay, that's going to be a 23.
All right. It's pretty clear that... So, the Mornland is filled with all sorts of what the fuck is that creatures. This is one of them. That's what you get. No, this appears to be like a wild dog or something along those lines that has been mutated by the magic of the Mornland, probably with some sort of necromantic magical effect, like some kind of vampiric touch living spell or something that has made these things probably subsist off blood. As you can see, their pouch appears to be engorged with blood. You'd imagine that they would have had a better time tracking you if one of you was bleeding. But since you're not, and they rolled a 4 on the die, it's better than
Nice.
that. It's a 7. That you evaded them.
Wonderful. That's only slightly terrifying.
All right.
What is?
Oh, you know, that they, for the last few years we've been going after, thugs, spies, military officials, and now, avoiding monsters and mutants.
Oh. It's
Just
quite tragic what's happened here, really.
Darling, do
because
try to
this
keep
is-
up. We're running a little bit behind. We don't have time for you to run into monsters and go petting.
Oh, but I would love to so much.
Well, you're on your own then.
You continue to walk. Make me another survival check, Basilisk. Actually,
I'd
you can make this a
really
group
rather
survival
not.
check. I'll make this a group check.
Group?
Does the watch help with this or no?
I'll say due to the massive failure that was, you have advantage on this one.
Rad.
You figured this
14.
thing out.
It's a 19.
Alright. Okay. 0, what'd you get?
8.
Professor.
Me too. 8
Nice.
twins.
Hammer.
12.
Alright. Basilisk leads the way pretty effectively, and Hammer and Music Box are able to follow. 0 and Professor, you were lost forever. No. 0 and Professor,
Sometimes we can still hear the
both of
voices.
you are kind of, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, I don't mean to tell you what your characters are, but you kind of get swept up in the tragedy and the beauty of the landscape around you. You see what appear to be on the, like, coming in and out of the mist as the mist starts to drop a little bit and you start to see more of an expanse. You see the ruins of towns. You see a mesa in the distance glowing with a powerful white light. And you see what appear to be just various kinds of
wildlife that just aren't right. You see frogs flying. You see butterflies walking on 8 legs, the size of cows, just kind of across the landscape. You're very distracted by all of this, but not so much that you get lost. You kind of check yourself. By the time that Basilisk, you come up upon the first site that's appeared to be anything really of interest this entire time. You've been traveling for about 3 hours. And as you finally get there, you see a platform. Almost like an unfinished pyramid, like they started and then like gave up 10 minutes later. It's just like a raised platform, triangular in nature, that appears to go up to a main area that appears to be unlike most of the architecture you've seen. It isn't metal. It doesn't have the characteristic architecture of Sire. It seems out of place. You all can feel like a magical energy around it. It's like kind of as if it were a non-deadly, like radioactive, like weight that you're starting to feel. You think you've arrived at the place.
I kind of hold up for everyone to stop. I crouch down because I feel like I've been kind of periodically scanning through the sights of the rifle, and I crouch down and I take out my binoculars and I pass them down so that people can see what we're looking at without getting too close to it. Yeah.
All right.
Once they're handed to me and I get a good look, I'll say, if we could get close to that, I could potentially spend some time with it and figure out what it does, because it's clearly magical.
Or is there anyone around? How
everyone,
far away are
everyone who
we
looks
about?
through the binoculars, you can make me a perception check. You see this probably about, I'm sorry, I'm a bad judge of distance, probably about a football field away.
Got it.
Like 100 yards.
Dirty
I got an
20.
18.
What was that, 0?
18.
18, Professor?
19.
Hammer?
18.
Basilisk?
24.
You all get a really good look at this area. You kind of know what to scan for. In your adventures, you've become accustomed to knowing like signs of an ambush, looking for certain kinds of things, and that might be dangerous. And so you know how to scan really, really solidly. In fact, this whole mission has been preparing to like do something like this. You all get a pretty good look at it. As you look closer, the structure seems to be made of very like laser chiseled stone. There are steps leading up to it with what seem to be like lichen almost on the steps, uncharacteristic for this area, especially as it is now. You see what appear to be humanoid shapes on the ground, kind of surrounding this thing, and you can see in the middle of it is a large hole. You get the sense it looks like some sort of silo, as if like a giant arcane cannon in the ground that is meant to fire like massive arcane ballistas. Though its design doesn't look like anything of the Five Nations. Basilisk, you were able to see that there appear to be more familiar kinds of apparatuses erected around the area. Like, you see little, like, tents, you see,
spectrometers of like various make, pretty common sort of items, nothing that you'd be able to determine belongs to any particular nation. And you're also able to determine through looking that the bodies appear to be a combination of of gnomes and humans, who appear to have died from, who appear to be dead.
We can't quite tell from here. Cause, like, does it look like they've been burned? Does it look like okay?
It's hard to tell from this distance. I'll say that you can pick up scorch marks around the area, and you see swords and guns at their feet and on the ground.
Is there any activity at the tents or any other apparatuses or anything?
With your check, you get the sense that there's nothing really here, at least from 100 yards away.
Yeah. I'm going to be pointing out these various things and distances, and well, there doesn't appear to be anyone here, but we should still act cautiously.
I agree. Maybe if we get a bit closer, Zero can do what he does, and I can take a look at any symbols around. If it does feel magical, there might be something.
If you two would like to try and sneak up, I can provide a bit of overwatch.
Would we like to do reconnaissance first before we send two unaided folk in? Perhaps.
Well, I could send
Perhaps.
Wilson. My
The
little
weasel.
Warforged weasel like crawls out from
Oh yes,
inside my
that.
shoulder blade and
Where,
beats up everyone.
where specifically do you want to go up to first? Up to the actual structure or one of the side apparatuses?
There's basically, in terms of if this were a point and click game, areas of interest, you kind of see like the tents and the apparatuses. You see the platform itself, and that's basically your main options, unless you wish to investigate further, though you'd probably have to get closer anyway to do that.
That large artillery structure, I'm guessing is what's making this magical presence around us, and I would need to be able to touch it to figure out anything deep about it. But
But also, it might we might find notes or things in the tents, because if
Or
it's of the
people.
explosive nature, then maybe touching it may not be best idea.
that's
Well,
quite true.
Great point.
these so these shapes, the humans and gnomes and what have you, these are all like dead bodies in
They're
the sand?
bodies, or at least they look like bodies.
Hmm. One moment, please.
The
because-
classic, ooh, maybe.
I played enough
everyone
Resident
but-
Evil to know how this goes.
Everyone but yeah, they're dead until you investigate the structure, and then they're
Yeah,
dead.
that's
Right.
No,
how it feels.
Basilisk is the only one who can determine like that they're dead humanoids. The rest of you just kind of see bodies
I
laying
would
on
have
the ground. You probably
relayed
would've
that they
communicated that.
appeared dead humanoids. I couldn't give them more
I
information.
can't
than-
believe they're all napping on job. They launch one thing, and then all of a sudden.
Well, there was a big party afterwards. It was a big, it's a big deal.
Well, what would we like to do? Does anyone have anything particular that they are screaming to check out first?
I
So
think
the artillery
tents-
structure.
I think the artillery structure should be second. We should check the tents in case there's any notation about the structure that we don't want to enact unwillingly.
Right. And would it
And if there's
behoove
any
us- would it
if there's any
behoove us-
people inside, we should also ascertain that first.
So I'll send
Agreed.
Wilson.
Zero, what were you saying?
I'll send Wilson in
Okay.
first. Check for danger.
Okay. Can you see through his eyes?
Up to 100 feet away from me.
200 feet away from you. How long
Next
is
to
So
your
we need
how
to
many
get
feet?
close.
How many feet is a yard?
3.
3.
Okay.
Also,
so-
I thought you could see through his eyes wherever, but you can only telepathy communicate with him up to 100 feet. Thought that's how Find Familiar was.
I'll double check. This is the longest spell ever written.
Yeah.
so many
The other-
riders and implications.
Oh, it actually does kind of read like that. You're right.
I'll allow it that way. That makes sense to me. You just can't like communicate and give him directions past 100 feet. So, what are the directions you give him?
I'm going to ask him to like traverse the area and see if there's any danger.
All right. Can your weasel make me an investigation check?
Absolutely.
Can I provide a little bit of backup in just like in terms Overwatch? That was the word I was looking
Yeah.
for. Just sort of scanning the area.
James, you can't just ask people what their weasels do.
I just did.
Oh, that spice weasel goes bam.
All right. He's got a -4 for this, so
Oh, baby boy.
a 10.
A 10. Okay. So, you make an investigation check actually too, because you're looking through his eyes.
Okay, cool.
Uh,
That's gonna be much better. Oh, it's gonna be a 10.
All right. So
Twins.
you're
Wow.
kind
Like
of
father, like son.
You're kind of having trouble as seeing through Wilson's magico-mechanical eyes with your magico-mechanical being is kind of being messed with by the Mornland, so it's kind of like flickering in and out as he gets more distant, and then it kind of shuts off. What Dark Lanterns, our rolls are not enough. Yeah, you guys are doing great so far. As he looks around, with a 10, you're able to glean basically the same amount of information. You don't get an idea that there's literally anybody else here. As you do get closer, though, as he goes up on the dais, around the hole, you see that there's like burn marks in a perfect circle around the hole. And stop it.
never. You cannot stop me.
There are burn marks around it, and also there appear to be several triangular shapes, about 4 of which in the ground, surrounding it, kind of equidistantly, like a square around the circle. Like all these squares make a circle, one might say.
Yeah,
He just did a gallon of PCP.
I've been around Basilisk enough that I know what a firearm kind of looks like after it's been shot off. Is that what these burn marks appear to be?
Make me an Arcana check. With advantage. I'd say you'd have advantage on this.
Cool. Natural 20, 25.
Radical.
total.
Yes.
If this was something, if what you're looking for was something that was launched, this looks like it had an immense amount of thrusting power. An immense amount of thrusting power that was able to create fire to get it up into the air. And so you get the sense that that's what those scorch marks are. With a
Almost as much thrusting power as
Shut up.
Music Box.
Shut up.
See, you say that, but I'm thinking of Chicken Run, where you have the one scientist in the group that's like, we need more thrust in order to launch ourselves out. But no one here has seen Chicken Run except for me. So except for me
It's
and
been
Graham.
a while.
So the
It's
two
been
of
a
us are
while
the
for
ones
me.
who
I
know that
remember
joke.
loving it.
Alright, movie night.
With a natural 20, 0, you're also kind of able to determine that those triangular areas were probably intended to hold large dragon shards that probably helped power whatever happened here, but they appear to be missing.
I definitely relay that to everyone.
So, large launch, missing dragon shards, but no danger.
Correct. So, I think I think we should go check out those tents.
I agree.
Great.
I think we need any sort of notation for what has happened. Some notes would be good. Symbols even better. Residue, stunning.
And I will look for survivors to interview.
Yes. Survivors.
And I shall be here
Right.
doing something.
All right,
And
so
music
where
box is also there.
so where is everybody like looking, and what are you looking for? Like what are you specializing in for this search?
Draska is specifically looking in the tents because they look like the living spaces. So is gonna look there to see if anyone might be hiding, or maybe like, you know, if there, especially if maybe there's a medical tent or anything that looks like a medical tent in that type of facility. So maybe there is someone there, because that would also, if you were injured, you would want to go where the healing supplies are.
And I'll go with Druska to look for notation or scientific notes, essentially.
All right.
I'll be following from a bit of a distance so that I can cover them from afar. But let's be looking into the camp directly and more around.
Okay.
I will be checking out the dice.
Okay.
Casually, of course.
I'll go with Music Box to check out the dice as well.
Okay.
Splitting the
This-
party, let's go!
This
The Bard and the Wizard!
It's not
Here
It's
you
not
go.
meaningfully that much of a split party. The area is large, but you're all within like shouting distance of each other. Everyone roll me an investigation check except for Basilisk. Basilisk, roll me a perception check.
You got it.
Mm,
And I'm gonna go one at a time. We're gonna start with Music Box.
Cool. I got, you said investigation?
This is kind of in
So-
chronological order, so think of it that way.
17.
17. You approach the dais. You don't recognize. Once again, you don't recognize this architecture. It's very strange. It reminds you a little bit of backstory stuff. Where you came from, kind of, and like, you know what I'm getting at. It reminds you a bit of that, but like same era, but different. You, as you search around, you see that most of the, I'm sorry, what was your roll again?
17.
17. You see that most of the corpses appear to have died from combat. You're kind of able to tell that pretty easily without a medicine check. You see bullet wounds. You see bullet wounds. You see slash marks. You see spell burns, and things of that nature. All of the bodies don't appear to have been affected by the by whatever the blast was that caused the ash around the area. In addition, you're a little unnerved by how these I assume you're looking at the bodies.
Yes.
There is nothing in their pockets. They have weapons that make me one more investigation check.
Okay.
History check. This is a history check. Make me a history
A
check.
history check. All right. That is an 18.
18. Their weapons look incredibly expensive and incredibly nice. I wouldn't say they're at the level of like magic items, but like probably top of the line daggers, top of the line guns. Whoever these people were, they had money behind them at least. Their outfits have no tags. They have nothing in the pockets. There's nothing to identify them to almost an intentional degree. And that's kind of what you glean.
Okay. Music Box is sketching all of this. He takes out a Harpy quill and dabs it into his skin and uses his blood to write in this this book.
Uh-oh.
Pen size show
No, the
music box.
doggos.
I didn't catch either of those.
Sorry. I said, oh no, the doggos.
Doggos.
Blood doggos.
The blood doggos. Well. And he'll
Yeah, hi,
sketch.
Knights of Silverman.
He'll sketch a bunch of stuff and take notes of it all.
Okay, moving over to Hammer and Professor. Investigation checks, please.
16.
I'm sorry, Zero, remind me what you're doing?
Oh, I
He's
was
with me.
I was with Music Box.
Oh, shit, I'm sorry. Sorry, we're gonna go back to that. Zero, you need to make me an investigation check as well.
All right, I got a 17.
17, okay. You glean basically the same stuff. It's the same role. So you basically find the same things. I say based on your specialization, you realize that the dragon shards were removed by people who knew what they were doing. They're kind of they could have been just ripped out of the ground. Think of it like this, like a battery, you know, has that spring in like the battery slot. Mm-hmm. Most people just rip it out and that spring starts to like do that sort of thing. Someone knew that they needed to remove it and be very careful. And you get the idea that whatever dragon shards were used here had to be incredibly stable. Not nearly as large as the one from our prequel session, but much more stable. And that's kind of what you determine. I'm sorry. Hammer and Professor.
18.
18.
And 16.
Okay. Hammer kind of rushes in first and just kind of opens up the tents and is like looking around, ready to scrap.
She wanted to kick down door, but there's no door to kick.
You kick the tent flaps and just kind of. But as you look around, you see you're a little put out. There's no sign of like any sort of sleeping quarters. There is no sign of any sort of like leisure or like cooking apparatuses. And the things that are out and on the table appear to be basic like mechanical tools. Mechanical tools, and you find a whole bunch of books as well that you're both kind of getting at this. So Hammer, you're the one who spots this interesting tidbit. The books look like they've been there much longer. And the tools look extremely recent, like past day. Professor, you kind of go directly for the books. And you don't get that little tidbit of information, but correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm assuming Hammer doesn't really give a shit about the books.
Hammer just went, old books. And
I went, old books.
Yes, exactly. And so Hammer just kind of puts the books down. Professor, you go over there, and how do you interact with these tomes?
Do I notice that any titles on the front cover at all, or are they more concealed notebook style things?
They're not notebooks. They seem to be they seem similar to some of the more like the older books that you'd find in the library at your university. They don't really have much on the binding or on the covers. They're just like old big books. They're probably based on that. They're probably some sort of historical tome or encyclopedias or anything like that. As you open the books, what languages do you speak?
I speak Common, Dwarvish, Halfling, and Sylvan.
Strangely enough, as I've mentioned, you all speak The common languages of the Five Kingdoms. You do not speak this one. You can make me a history check if you'd like.
Yes, I'd love to. That is a dirty 20.
These are incredibly. You're a little bit like, oh, and you almost want to put them down as you realize these are incredibly rare copies of historical and conjecture research books on the ancient giants of Zendrick. You have no idea why they would be here, and you know that this language is in Giant, which is kind of a collector's item. Like, nobody really reads Giant except for professors, and the only reason that it would be written this way is to keep original text. A lot of the pages are weathered. These are old books. And there aren't any pictures, unfortunately. Another reason Hammer does not give a shit. And I'm sorry for assigning shit to your characters. But yeah, these are very rare and very valuable books.
Are there any like notes or I'm sorry.
No, you're okay.
Are there any like notes or writings in the books, or are they like pristine, like nobody's gonna annotate this kind of thing?
All right. Make me an investigation check.
Ah, there's the nat 1. There it is. But that's a 7.
All right. You are so careful with these books that as you flip through it, you actually rip a page on accident. You panic and drop the book in the sand, and it kind of falls apart. Not completely, like you're able to recover bits of it, but like you have no idea what order these pages are in. You have no idea. You don't catch any shorthand or anything like that. And while you could have probably, like, you were starting to look at the pages that were most open to based on like the binding, that is no longer an option as all the pages are out of order.
Great. I try to like gingerly put them in a pile and just place them back on the table and turn my attention elsewhere, as if Droska didn't notice any of that fumble.
Hold on.
Did you? Yeah.
I mean, that's like a 21 insight.
Yeah. So you fully see just like a cloud of pages go up. I probably go down before the pages go down.
Basilisk, as you're covering them, you just see a puff of papers and you fire a shot through like all of them. They're completely illegible now. I'm kidding. No.
No. This belongs in a museum.
What's left of it?
Yeah, what's left of it.
How to cook.
Be careful. Those are old books.
Yes, they are quite old and in Giant, which is quite interesting. I don't know many people outside of the academic community that knows Giant, especially in this size of book, because Giants are larger. Yes.
Yeah.
Would we have been able to see those papers? The poof of papers?
You don't see a poof of papers. You hear like probably some from within, but it doesn't sound like danger. It sounds more
in
like
that direction.
It sounds more like some anxious mutterings that you've heard many times before, I'd say.
And you probably did hear Droska go, "Careful."
I would still like to check that out regardless.
Okay. We will move over to that in a moment.
Not a problem.
That's what you guys have basically gleaned from the tents. No sleeping arrangements, basic tools, and no like cooking areas or any sort of like leisure stuff. It's just books and tools, basically. But yeah, that's what you glean, and the information about the book.
This is not healthy camp.
No, I doubt they were doing much waiting around. Perhaps it was pitched in a hurry.
We're going to continue this conversation after Basilisk. Basilisk, make me a perception check.
So I did, and I need you to understand the totality of my failure.
No.
So I was also going to be casting See Invisibility, and I will say that I absolutely did, but I also rolled, I believe, a 9 in total for my perception, which was not great.
All right. What is your wisdom save modifier?
A4.
Okay. So your nerves are pretty steeled, but the sound of the professor messing up, and the loud sound of Hammer's voice, as well as the wind and like the howls of various animals that seem to, as soon as you look in that direction, seem like they're coming from the other direction, you start to kind of like lose your composure a little bit, as like you feel like you're being like crept up on. You're able to calm down and know that you're not, but you realize that if there was something sneaking up on you, even if it was invisible, you would have missed it. You know your failure to detect anything, but you don't know the consequences of that failure. That's what I'll say. Music Box and Zero, are you still together and you go join up with Hammer and Professor?
I'm headed over there. I don't know if Zero is joining.
I'll probably head over there as well.
All right. So you four meet up.
Is everything all right? I heard a bit of commotion.
Yes, but Butterfingers. This is Does anyone speak Giant?
I can speak. I can understand quite a few things if I need to.
I just think it's a bit anomalous to have these very old books here. There's nothing quite else to do but read them, so I'm
Right,
guessing
right.
that you want to look.
You said they were in Giant.
Yes. It's
Interesting.
it's kind of a rare history conjecture research book thing.
Well, can I take a look at these sheets? I guess first, can I cast Mending on these sheets to give them a little bit more wherewithal?
Can you read me Mending real quick?
Spell repairs break or tear in an object you touch. As long as the break or tear is no larger than a foot in any dimension, you mend it, leaving no trace of the former damage.
Okay. You would be able to do that, but you wouldn't be able to replicate the order of the pages.
That's fine.
Yeah. But you're able to kind of put it back together in like incorrect order.
Right. It's
You can
more
actually read the pages and see what the actual numbers are if it's actually
Right.
notated.
It's not
like
numbered.
that's
Pages aren't
well,
numbered.
like that. This is more about like making sure it doesn't fall apart more, and I can spend the time later to decipher it.
Yeah, it's not completely fallen apart. There's still pages that are in the binding. It's just like a lot of them.
I would also like to take a moment to go get some soot from the ashes outside from the blast area, and then grab some sand and mix them together and spread it over the pages and cast Comprehend Languages.
Cast comprehend languages. Okay. So as you do so, and you just kind of like channel yourself a little bit, you flip through the pages, and again, while they're out of order, most of it seems to match up with what the professor said. Lots of like whatever it's lots of very dry histories and legends. It's basically like, you know, one of those books you get that kind of combines the totality of
This shit
like
is my
Celtic
jam.
legends or something. Yeah.
Yeah, this shit is my jam. I'm all about it.
Yeah. Make me an investigation check.
Cool. That's going to be a 19.
19. Okay. You are unable to determine exactly like what pages were of interest in these books, because this is multiple books too.
Right.
Of what pages were of particular interest. But the things that pop out to you are descriptions of architecture, of giant architecture, that match up with the structure, and the implication that giants once spanned the entire world, basically, and they were known for having weapons, unlike weapons and structures and magic beyond anything that most people are capable of now. If like in Forgotten Realms, think of like Netherrealm, or stuff like that. Just like super advanced, dead, long lost civilization. And so there's conjecture that like you could walk up to something and it could be a weapon, it could be a house, it could be, I don't know, a place where they cooked dinner. You have no idea, and no one really does. You do
Professor?
know, based on
Yeah,
your
please.
based on your investigations, this was some sort of launch site that put something up there, and you find information regarding the fact that they did have structures capable of doing that, but there's no like determination on why, how, or what.
Professor,
Yes.
it seems this may have been, in fact, our launch site. I would love to keep this document if you don't mind, and we can go over it at a later time, preferably when we have some downtime, a little bit of
Well, we could go
experience.
to the university and talk to people that, read
course,
this kind
of
of thing
course.
all the time.
Of course, I think that may be a wonderful idea. I think, for now, though, from what we saw outside, this launch was done during a bit of combat. Very high-end weapons trying to keep under wraps. Perhaps there were two groups, one trying to launch whatever into the sky and one trying to stop it. But I'm not sure which was which.
Or was that after launch?
It's unclear to say.
Well,
None of the bodies were burned. Simply,
I'm noticing something about this camp. It doesn't seem like there's many resting places for the individuals who are currently deceased outside to sleep in. However, someone more like me might find this camp quite amicable. So I'm wondering if the fellows outside attacked a group of Warforged here.
although, could it not be possible that living quarters could have been on whatever was launched?
Oh, I hadn't
So
considered that.
so they were all supposed to be passengers, but they had to fight invaders off in order to other passengers to get onto ship or
Perhaps.
whatever has been launched.
Who would want to live in the rings of Sivers?
Dreamers. But how wide of a launch site did it look like? Did it look like a large enough place that could sustain multiple people, or was it?
Hard to say. It's
I'm trying to think
James,
of,
can you
yeah,
give
I'm
us
trying to
any
think
more?
of something comparable as to how large it is. You don't get the sense that it, I can tell you, you don't get the sense that it housed living quarters of any kind.
Okay.
You get the sense that it was probably something around, I'm not saying it's this shape, but around the size of like an Apollo aircraft.
Okay.
A little capsule.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it is a capsule, but or a ship or anything like that, but it's that size.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Basilisk, what is your passive perception?
Oh, that's actually not bad. 20.
as you're kind of trying to refocus, and you really do, but you're kind of restarting your scan, and you almost immediately get the sense that, wait, okay, what is that? And then you feel a presence behind you, and you feel a rifle to the back of your head.
Just slowly take my finger off the trigger. Slowly move it aside. Just. Oh, darling, would you like to introduce yourself? I'd hate to die without knowing someone's name.
Designation,
over here!
nationality, purpose.
Oh, I'm afraid I can't divulge any of that. And I'd sort of just like I'm just sort of like nervous, but I'm actually sort of like tilting to sort of bump the tattoo so people can be hearing what's going on.
Make me a. I want to say this is sleight of hand, even though it's not your hand.
Slide of neck.
Sleight of neck. Roll sleight of
My
neck.
sleight of neck skills are incredible.
12.
12. Strangely, even though they rolled a nat 20 on their stealth check, they rolled a 7 on their perception check. They do not notice this.
Wow.
So you all kind of get clued into what you're hearing. Basilisk, you feel yourself grabbed and kind of pushed around, and you see kind of clad in tattered robes and like hoods that only seem to kind of ward off the wind. About 6 Warforged that appear to have weapons trained on you, have swords out, and one of them has just pushed you around, and you're looking at one who's just got the gun to your head. And he says, nationality, designation, purpose.
Or answer, do they have any kind of designation, or is it all just so ramshackle, eclectic?
You don't get the. You don't even have to roll for this. You get the sense that you've got some Lord of Blades people out here. That's the only
figured.
reason. Yeah, there's no real like way to determine. They're just kind of wearing robes. They're tattered. They're rusted in certain places. They're seasoned.
It just looks like whatever was handy, and was kind of what I figured. So.
No, they're well put together. They're just seasoned.
Mm.
The Warforged tree is like Omega with asking itself.
What was that?
How much are we clued into? Just that there's something wrong, or do we know like
You
oh,
hear-
there's
I
Warforged?
said it to basically be broadcast. I don't know if that's a thing, but that was my
Yeah,
intent.
you're basically communicating, and they can hear you. They can't hear the people talking to you, but you hear Basilisk saying things that sound like he's in communication with someone who isn't you.
So,
Can we take a look out of the tent and see?
Are you being like?
Yeah,
it's just like the Scooby Gang
Hello?
collectively sticking their heads out the tent.
Yeah.
Stick a leggy out.
Ooh. No, I would like to do this very sneakily.
Doing the band dance over here.
Hello, boys.
All right. Yeah. Make me. I'm gonna say you don't need to really. All of these Warforged seem to be trained on Basilisk, but you do see Basilisk being held at gunpoint, with many Warforged with swords drawn, that appear to they're like kind of starting to surround him.
I'm going to look at Zero and say, now Zero, I need you to follow my lead. All right, just you and me.
Okay.
I'm going to change my shape to look like a Warforged. And then I'm going to give myself some tattered robes as well. And make my way out there and see if I can communicate with them.
That's
All right.
I untuck my shirt, unbutton my coat, just try and scruff myself up as much as possible. And follow suit.
Yeah.
I feel like just falling out of the sky and then traversing for miles upon miles into this hellscape is enough weathering that you really
you're all wearing like sneaking suits essentially of your own style, but like you looked clean when you landed, but you're sort of disheveled at this point. Basically military fatigues that are black. Or actually they're probably desert colored.
Right. But I am going to shift my my outfit, the glamour, to look similar to what they're wearing.
Okay. As you approach, do you say anything?
Yes. Excuse me, gentlemen. You seem to be roughing up my associate. Can I help you?
The Warforged with the gun trains his sights on you as the rest of the Warforged start to turn around. They still have like 3 of them are still trained on you, Basilisk, but they're ones with swords, not guns. As they approach, and the same one that was pointing the gun says to both of you, ethnicity. They don't say ethnicity. They say designation, purpose.
Yes. Designation PNBUTR. And I've been tasked by the Lord of Blades to investigate this location. I was assumed that I would be undisturbed during this experiment.
Make me a deception check with disadvantage.
Meanwhile, you're talking to the guy who actually planned this little op.
Actually, I get that at a straight roll because I'm pretending to be somebody else.
Is it just pretending to be somebody else, or is it somebody else you know? Let me look up the feat.
No, so the feat is when you are. Yeah, I will read it to you. Why is actor not on here anymore? There we go. You have advantage on deception and performance checks when trying to pass yourself off as a different person. You can mimic the speech of another person or the sounds made by another creature that you've heard for at least a minute.
Okay, cool. All right, so it's a straight roll. The DC is still high. You kind of gave away the game a bit.
Yeah. That is going to be a 32.
Jesus Christ. They all still seem extremely confused, and they're really put on guard by this, as the one with the gun just kind of puts it down and approaches. He looks you up and down and goes, "You must report to the Lord of Blades. You must report to the Lord of Blades. Your memory is faulty. The Mornland is getting to you."
Perhaps it is. But unfortunately, my memory can't be wiped because there's too much of importance stored away at the current time.
What have you gleaned?
That is not for you to know. That is only for the Lord of Blades to know.
Your memory banks are faulty. As he approaches Zero, you recognize this particular Warforged. He is the one. He's one of
He is the Lord of Blades.
He is the Lord of Blades. No, he's one of the. He and his associates are the Warforged that gave you those documents years ago.
No shit.
And he looks at you and goes, "If you were, he goes, your memory banks must be faulty, because you would be sharing that information with all of us. The Lord of Blades places no Warforged above another."
Brother, I can assure you there was some sensitive information given to our brother here that cannot be divulged around just anyone.
Zero.
And I nod towards the elf in front of us.
Hello.
As soon as he says Zero, all of them kind of lower their weapons. One of them kind of looks at you, Basilisk, and is still keeping his eye on you, and he motions you, kind of nudging with his sword, to head towards this group as they all kind of circle around.
Am I being directed to keep my hands up, or are they kind of letting me at ease a little bit?
Their kind of read of the situation appears to be changing. They are confused. They're still on guard. They wouldn't be surprised by something, but they're letting you talk, basically.
Did one of them take my weapon and is walking around with it, or
you still have your weapon. You still have your weapon.
Okay, so
They
I'm
haven't taken
basically.
it yet.
Oh, so I'm basically just sort of holding it, and
Yeah, you're
they're
holding
fine
it,
with
and
that.
they're watching you.
Okay. I'm
And,
just gonna just sort of slowly sling it over my back for now.
yeah. As they approach, they go, what was the designation that you gave Music Box?
Oh,
PNBUTR.
Yeah.
so peanut
no.
butter.
PNB
Which is-
UTR
Yes.
are
I'll be back in a jiff.
I was not aware that
Pokemon.
you were I was not aware that your that Zero was your ally. And Flesh Bag. I did not realize that you were allied with Zero as well.
First of all, my designation is Meat Popsicle. If we're going to be using designations, usually use the right one.
Yes, he is very sensitive about that. I think that is important to remember.
You
Sorry,
keep-
is he still broadcasting?
Oh yeah.
You're catching
So
all of this.
I turn to Professor and just goes. We should remember that he prefers to be called Meat Popsicle from now on.
Professor nods solemnly.
I see no downside to this out of character, by the way. I'm just pointing that out.
Since as they approach, and they seem to really only be engaging with you at this point, Zero, they kind of look at them and go, PNBUTR appears to be in need of repairs. Can you inform us of anything you've gleaned from this situation? We might be able to share information.
Brother, first off, it's been quite a while. What brings you here specifically? Because we were sent here on a delicate mission from the Lord and weren't expecting anyone else.
You're saying you were sent by Lord of Blades here?
That's what I said.
All right, make me a deception check.
Never mind. That would be a bonus action, and I can't do that
12.
at this time. Unless you would allow me to go in
What are
Bardic
you trying-
Inspiration at this point.
What do you do for your Bardic Inspiration? Or-
To kind of do like an R2D2 whistle and beep.
They kind of turn to you as you do that.
I feel like that's offensive in every language.
You cannot
at this
cannot
point.
use that beep. That is our beep.
For all they know, I am
You
a
have it.
Warforged.
You have a slight
You have a
accent that
pass.
they can't place.
Oh, you were
One
made
of
in
those
one of those
protocol-
Samsung factories.
You're a protocol droid, aren't you?
Okay, so yeah, Zero, you have Bardic Inspiration. So
That's a D6.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess that's a question for you, James. When am I allowed in these sorts of situations to use Bardic Inspiration?
this was okay at this point, but I'd say that I'm gonna say they know what you're doing.
Uh-huh.
Because of how that happened, but basically it's a bonus action, so I'd say it takes place in like 3 seconds. So
Okay.
if you take 3 seconds to do it, then you can do it. It takes 3 seconds, but
Okay.
you have to do it before someone calls for a roll. I'll let
Got
it
it.
pass this time, but
Cool.
Well, that makes my deception check a 17.
17. Okay, hang on. 0. There's no need to lie to us. We
Ah,
trust
well.
you, and we know that you would do nothing to endanger our kind.
Of course.
No information given, no information retrieved, it seems. He holds up a hand, and he gestures, and one of the other Warforged walks forward. He says, 124, give update. And one of them steps forward and goes, and holds out a hand, and you see like a miniature little hologram, basically, of this entire area, and you see combat between the mystery humanoids and the Warforged, who appear to be following up on something. We witnessed a star rise into the sky about a day ago. We sent scouts to figure out what was happening, and we ran into hostile forces. We killed most of them. We captured some. We tortured and killed most of them. I believe we have one left. The information we have gleaned has been very little. We do not know what this was, but obviously is attracting the attention of outside forces that we do not wish to engage with. So. And he kind of looks back to the one who was initially engaging with you. And he says, the Lord of Blades would be interested in granting you an audience. Your flesh bag friend is welcome so long as he surrenders his weapons.
Is this a request?
Make an insight
Or-
check. Are you asking?
I'm asking out loud.
Yeah, is it an invitation or a requirement?
This is the first and most amicable option currently at our disposal.
Hmm.
And the gap between the first and second is significant.
Okay then. Well, perhaps I should accept your offer. How
Wonderful.
far away is the Lord of Blades exactly?
The encampment we're using is about 10 miles from here. We shall be able to navigate the Mornland fairly quickly, as long as you can keep up.
Well,
We will give you time to confer. We
Are
were
you
sent to...
willing to
We will give...
walk?
I'm sorry. He says we will
Submit
give you
your
time to confer. We will give you time to confer. We must investigate the area, retrieve tools, and retrieve all relevant information. And they head towards the camp and kind of leave you alone.
Our sending
Thank
tattoos.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Do we have to make noise out loud to send something to our sending tattoos?
You can choose to or not.
In that case, I'll immediately send a message mentally to everyone that says, hide.
Mine's also been broadcasting the whole time, so they at least are aware shit has been happening.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I have a thought about what we might have been doing in the intervening
I'm sorry.
time.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you go.
No, you're all good. I just wanted to check if this was possible because I feel like we were already like, well, we are the two other flesh beings, so I don't imagine we want to try to like fight these Warforged right away. So I am going to look for any dead bodies that are in the tent with us, with the intention of we change into their armor and play dead.
Okay.
Ooh, good idea.
I'm gonna compromise with you a little bit.
Yeah.
There are none in the tents. There are some nearby, so you'd have to make a check to see if you can grab them just drag the bodies while they're not looking.
It's like this conversation's happening.
Against
You
a
just see
passive
one
perception.
body in the background just be dragged into a tent.
Yeah.
That's when I'm making that impassioned meat popsicle speech in order to get them to not be looking at you.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, they're
Just
operating.
in the
They're
background.
Just to
operating
play
off
on
of
their
passive. They're not
indignities
looking
here.
for anything right now.
Yeah.
I would like to, like, as they leave, I would like to talk to Zero, like, all right, Zero, so what did I say wrong? How did they see through me? Or why is my memory corrupted?
I get the impression that they're the ones who killed all those people. And
Right.
when you said that you were sent here, they knew immediately that was false because they were sent here. So,
Understood.
yeah.
I'm sorry, Ben. That was a really good check, which is why they didn't kill you immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing.
See,
Kinda
that
get
was the
the
thing. Is
impression-
if I had known like what was wrong, I would have used Gift of Gab to kind of smooth that over. But I had no idea. So
I feel like the problem here is that they don't have a left hand not knowing what the right hand is doing mentality. It's
They-
like
Right.
everybody
They
knows
really don't.
everything. So when
I
things
find-
don't line up, that's a problem.
I'm sorry if that was unclear. I was trying to basically communicate like no one is keeping anything from anybody. That's not in our playbook.
They're not. They're not a hierarchy. They're a collective.
see,
Just
I
a
didn't know that.
like-minded group of individuals.
I'll try to make stuff like that more clear next time. I apologize.
But Music Box, on that note, and for future reference,
Mhm.
we don't tend to like to go by our serial numbers. So,
Understood.
pick a moniker next time. We use
All right.
numbers and tasks, tools.
Cool.
Music box.
Music. I mean, if I have to stick with what I have, it's peanut butter. So
What was
Yeah,
the
Professor.
stealth check, Hammer?
Well, I was actually just about to ask Professor.
Okay.
Like, Professor, do we want to hide or ambush?
Hide, please. Please.
Okay.
I
Your
feel...
choice. All right, so we'll do the stealth check then.
All right.
she was like readying her maul. She was like getting a crossbow ready for an ambush. Stealth check to get that. That is
Do you want both of us?
I'd say. Well, is Hammer the one that's? Are you both hiding? And that's what you're doing? You're just hiding around the room, or
well. This is the stealth to like sneakily
to grab the bodies?
a body,
Okay, that's just going to
put
be
it in
Hammer
it.
unless Professor wants to help.
That's fine. Hammer, do you think you got this?
I mean, I always appreciate help, but
I can
I'll say this: 2 people going to do this will raise the DC, but you have advantage essentially.
Yeah.
You're helping.
well, what if I suddenly go invisible or something crazy like that?
yeah, something crazy.
Something crazy?
I would say that you have advantage on your help action.
Great. I'll go invisible and help you.
Okay.
great.
When you saw 2 sets of footprints in the sands.
They travel in a single file line to hide their numbers.
Walk without rhythm.
Alright. That is a 16 stealth.
16 stealth. Okay. Hammer?
So does that mean I now roll with advantage?
No, Professor rolls with advantage.
Oh, okay, then
You're,
let me
you're
see.
rolling straight because Professor is invisible.
Great.
Okay, yeah, 16.
So mine is 13.
All right. So, as you're doing this, Hammer, you just kind of walk out there and are grabbing bodies, and as you pull them, like some of their equipment's kind of getting stuck on metal and kind of dragging some things. And you see some of those Warforged kind of look around the people they're talking to. This is before they start coming towards you.
Yeah.
Look around the people that you're talking to, and Professor like literally just jumps on your back, and you just kind of hide in the sand. Their passive perception was 14, so Professor really kind of saved the day there.
Man.
And you just kind of, as they look away, you both drag the bodies back into the tent.
All right, quickly. I'm guessing we got a human size and a gnome size.
Yes.
So that we have clothing that can fit us, and we're just gonna. I'm now going to like over where the books are. Besides the tome that was already placed, just gonna like scatter some books around and like make it look like we just got like killed somewhere. But I mean, I have my fists, so I'll be okay if they really need to check. But I also might like dirty myself up and maybe put like, if I see some blood on one of them, might like put some blood like on my. There's blood already on my outfit, but like blood on the neck or something like that, just to make it a little more believable. However much time I have to do that.
All right, both of you roll performance checks with advantage.
At 20.
Nice. 13 for me.
At advantage.
Yep.
All right.
Otherwise, it was a 0.
All right, Zero and Music Box and Basilisk. You see them heading towards the tent. You have a minute or two to talk. I will let you talk in one moment. I'm just going to say the results of this. So they kind of poke around the camp for a little bit, and then they enter your tent. I'm
invisible.
Oh, you're invisible.
I shouldn't. I don't have to. I don't have to. I'm such an idiot. I can be invisible for an hour. I'm just gonna like
just
be
stand
out
there
of the way in the tent. Yeah, just in clothes.
Just put, like, wearing a lampshade. Just
Is that okay?
That's fine. As they kind of search, they see the body of Hammer, and they kind of just like they kind of stare at it for a moment, and then kind of creep forward. One of them kind of pokes at it with a sword and like flips it over, and they look at each other and say, "More must have arrived. We need to search the other tents." And they immediately turn around and leave the tent. Basilisk, Music Box 0. What are you discussing? And you still have an open mic with Professor and Hammer.
So,
did we hear any of their sort of like panic plan of, oh, we're gonna get bodies, but wait, I'm invisible?
Everything they've said,
Yes.
as long as they keep the channel open, you've heard.
So what exactly does resetting one's memory entail? Is that something that I'm going to need to avoid as a flesh being?
I don't really remember ever having it done, so...
That seems logical.
You would be able to infer that the second they tried to like touch you with a screwdriver, you just they would touch flesh.
I think,
waving a fridge magnet over you a couple of dozen times.
though it is a question of like, since you are a changeling, your form does change, but and it's now metal, but I don't know if that affects your physiology. I don't think it does.
It changes. It changes my appearance. I mean, like, I am technically taking on their form, but it's like, I don't think none of my statistics change. So like, whatever my skin feels like would change, but I don't think like, if I was an Aarakocra, I wouldn't be able to fly.
I'll just say, I'm gonna leave that an open-ended thing, because that's a weird little loophole there. Like, I'm not even sure changelings can be a warforged, but I'll allow it.
If it helps, I had a character in another campaign who was being a warforged, and the way that you knew that they actually weren't one was that they actually had to go to sleep because they couldn't just be stabbed.
I'd say that whatever your physiology is, upon inspection, they'd figure it out pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm.
The second
Yeah, I think-
second that
yeah.
they like opened your faceplate, they would they would know.
I think
Freaks a lot more than the average Warforged.
Zero,
I
make
think
me
it might be a
make me an
good
Arcana check.
idea for might be a good idea for Peanut Butter to take his leave.
16.
With the 16, you know that like it's not a memory wipe. It's like there's something just kind of wrong. It's kind of like a doctor checkup for Warforged. They're not literally going to take him apart, but they are going to have someone like look at him, just like knock his knees a little bit with a thing, check his heartbeat. Not literally those things, but it's like a doctor checkup.
So is it potentially something that I could fake my way through?
If you knew a lot about Warforged physiology
And what they're looking for.
and what they're looking for, and
Yeah.
how and how diagnostics go for a Warforged.
Oh boy, that's not in my
Wonder.
big
You got a Warforged
is
right
this-
here. You can study up in the next
right.
minute.
Okay.
Yes.
I
Is this
need you.
tantamount to some sort of lobotomy, or is it...
Yeah, Zero. I need you to tell me everything about a doctor checkup for Warforged in the next 30 seconds.
Okay. And I do my best to explain like all the
Not
times
to make
I
a-
have
a-
some experience being experimented on.
Mm.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
I feel like we're going to need to talk about that later, but we'll get to it.
Just to short circuit this a tiny bit. They already know I'm a flashbag. Perhaps it would be better to just admit that you're not one of them because the act is not working.
That is a thought.
Unless you want to go through an invasive procedure or just leave.
that's an option. It does seem like
I
their
was-
connection to me is somewhat protecting you all right now. So
Right. I think it might be better if Peanut Butter just leaves.
no, see if you do that, then they'll think that I did something untoward.
We have
Okay.
you here in your ears. We have a set of gnomes clothing here in the tent. If you wanted to just shrink a bit and play dead. We have.
But that still doesn't answer the question
From
of where
outside the
Peanut
tent,
Butter
you
went.
start hearing gunshots as they just start coup de grace all the bodies. I'm kidding.
At the waste of ammunition, they have swords. They're doing like the security
Hammers.
check.
Yeah, hammer
So,
hammer
I think-
flinches a little bit.
I think the question is,
Super flinching.
It's the hospital scene where like they get up to hammer and are like about to, but then they like kind of feel something like wet at their feet, and one of the bodies has peed, and they're just like Metal Gear Solid.
So,
Metal Gear Solid.
I guess the
Every
question.
time with these things, I swear.
This is like in one of my animes. No.
Well, one thing to think about: we still do not know what has been launched, where, what, who, why. They have one survivor, and so us going to place could be time for Professor and I to find survivor, and I'm sure we could be much more convincing than a bunch of Warforged.
On that note, what are we willing to divulge with them in exchange for this information? Because they're going to be asking questions.
We could tell them about Harpy incident.
We don't talk about the Harvey incident.
We
Still,
can
Zero.
tell them
You
to
talk about it a
represent
lot for
parties.
something that you're not supposed to talk about.
Zero, I have to ask, if I drop the Peanut Butter form and he disappears and we pretend he didn't exist or that he got away, what happens?
They'll blame me for helping make a fugitive, right?
All
And
right.
then I won't, and then I'll have less trust than I currently do, which is not much. I don't even know why they. Anyway,
If I may make a further suggestion, if you simply come clean as who and what you are, to the extent that you like, we could either double down and tell them we also have others here, that we are simply investigating the same thing they are, and that we're as nonplussed about the event as they are for different reasons, and that we would also like to know who did it and why and stop it from happening again. We could at least find some way to ally ourselves, at least on that narrow band.
Not a problem.
James,
Yes.
when that Warforged gave me those documents way back when, did I get the impression that he understood what I was doing with them, or was he just on task?
I think you'd be able to assume, based on what I've said today, that because they don't really keep secrets from each other, it seems like, they would have been in the know about why Aaron gave you that information.
Got it.
So they would have known that you had something to do with that incident, which implies that you are allied with a government. So they probably know what you are at the very least.
Okay.
And they're very suspicious of your allies for this very reason.
All right. We'll shift back into normal changeling form then.
All right.
Perhaps maybe wait to do it in front of them while telling them that you're going to do it, so we don't upset them.
Yes, well,
All right. This is.
so much expectation from you,
Alright,
darling.
Zero, you're trying to say something. We're being very, very rude.
They're going to be upset either way, but perhaps I should mention something. A couple of these Warforged I knew in the past. Actually, when I met all of you, those documents that I provided were provided by them.
I see.
And did they know what you were using it for?
I have a feeling that they had some information in that regard, although I don't know that they knew who, where, what. So this could be used to our advantage if they're still allied with the people who they were back then.
We could offer them a favor in kind.
Right.
Now, whether or
Alright.
not we deliver on it is a whole other thing, but
Simply admitting that we are here
Idea.
to investigate this exact thing and to prevent more hardship.
We can tell the
Simply a good
truth
tack.
to the degree that we're not divulging too much information.
I will also let you all know they are taking big demand of this situation because they believe we are outnumbered.
Close.
So I think they have 6 of them, correct? Was that the number?
Yes,
we know
I
of?
think that's what I
Yes.
said, so we're going to go with it. There's 6 of them.
Yes, they have 6, but we do have a Droska.
Perhaps let's not start any combat that we don't need to, when we might have a bit of an ally, or at least access to information through them. So perhaps let's play along for the time being.
At about this
All
point
right.
of conversation, you see the Warforged kind of finishing their search and heading back your direction.
Then I will maintain the Warforged facade until they get back and we can accurately discuss it.
Zero, were there any developments? Were there any
Brother-
developments since you arrived?
No, this was mostly a dead zone. I do need to be forward with you about something. We didn't know who we were confronting originally, and now that I know at least that you're someone who I believe I can trust to some capacity, I'd like to let you know that my companion here is not actually one of us.
It'll meld back into a changeling shape. Hello, I'm sorry. Dreadfully frightening you all are. Much respect to you all, of course.
As you're all aware, when you helped me 4 years ago, I have been allied with a group who is of much aid to us and our people and cares about them. And these are some of my companions, but I can't go into further detail than that. And I hope you understand that. But
continue.
we would like to share information about this current situation because all we're here for is reconnaissance. All we want to know is what happened and what got shot into the sky and why.
Make me a persuasion check with advantage. Music box, are you saying anything other than the terribly sorry?
No.
Just letting Zero speak? Okay.
Yes.
I got a 14.
14. Okay. They kind of look at Music Box. You see some of the Warforged kind of shift a little bit and like start to ready weapons as if it's like, all right, this is going down. But then the leader Warforged says, "We appreciate your forward approach, and we understand your need for discretion, especially considering your slave masters." Now,
Right, but we were okay. Yes.
are these the only allies that you have brought? We were under the impression that your original group was 5.
You have some good intelligence. I would assume that our other 2 companions have hightailed it out of here.
I always make the wizards do the fucking charisma checks. Make a deception.
They're frankly cowards. No,
I'll let you
one
make
should.
it. I'll let you make it with advantage because of Music Box. They're more concerned about this one.
Sorry.
You're not sure, Music Box. You're pretty sure you heard someone growl at that.
I've never met a more cowardly woman in my life. Honestly, don't you? If you ever see them, don't ever look. They'll run straight away from you.
0.
21.
Holy shit.
Nice.
Alright, nice. There you go. Understood. Small numbers hide your activities from not only us, but the creatures that wander this land. The 3 of you may accompany us. We are returning to making. We have something to show you that I feel like you'll be very excited about, Zero.
If I may ask a question of the group, if our companions were found, would they be welcome or would they be surplus to requirement?
We have made a determination based on the number of guests currently available. We would have to reevaluate that decision. Are you implying that they may return?
I am allowing for the possibility that they are not cowards, but they're at least chosen for a purpose. In the same way that you are. You're skilled, you're out here for a reason.
They
Perhaps you would understand.
He seems to kind of raise his head at that and nod a little. He goes, always thinking
We just
about
don't want to
every-
start an...
Always thinking about every outcome. That's very unflesh-like of you.
Perhaps we have a bit more in common.
Now, if you don't mind, No, I'm simply asking for a designation. We can't simply call you, excuse me, you. It would be nice to at least have something to call you.
3.
Sorry, repeat that. I didn't hear that, James.
3.
3. Wonderful.
And sorry, that was the lead.
That's the lead. That's the lead Warforged.
3. I appreciate your hospitality and your understanding. I will step back in line before I undo myself.
In interest of fairness, the Lord of Blades, as well as the rest of us, may make a different determination as to what to make of the situation. But I am of the
Understood.
opinion, as I would say are the rest of us, that we could learn from each other.
I have many stories to tell and many things to learn.
Our intelligence speaks that Zero had something to do with that Harpy incident a few years ago. Maybe our
Well-
patrons can exchange information regarding that.
I'll have my people call your people and we'll figure it out. We'll do lunch.
Come, we have far to travel. And they all turn and start walking.
Just can I do one thing
Yeah,
out of
yeah,
characters
absolutely.
above the table? We're traveling a long distance. We are trying to have a bit of an ally. I was trying to leave it open to. We do have a couple of other people. Do we want to, as a table, decide to volunteer these two people? Be like, yes, they're coming with us. Yes, we have the same goal. Or do we want to leave them more covert?
What do you think, Draska?
Yeah, I think this is a Droska question more than anything
Yeah.
else.
I mean,
To be clear
I
with
feel
what they
like-
said, it is not a it will make us mad or it'll be fine. It is a we have to reevaluate.
I will also, and I will also note that it really depends on what you all communicated to Draska, because what Draska has heard is
Well, this has been relaying the whole time.
no,
So.
but we can only hear your side of it.
As
Can't
soon
hear
as
what they are saying.
Oh.
You
Okay.
just
As soon as
repeat
the
everything
warforged-
they say to you back in complete
Oh
sentences.
god, it's like watching badly translated anime.
It's like Galaxy Quest where like computer, what is this thing? I have one job on this ship.
as soon
You will
as the
accompany
warforged
us to making. We will accompany you to making. That sounds like a great idea.
Lord of Blades, you say?
But yeah, Droska
Sorry.
wouldn't have heard what Music Box said.
Well, Zero's about to do something.
Yeah, as soon as they turn their backs and start walking, and we're following, I will relay the important bits about how you're not necessarily in any danger if you reveal yourselves, but it might be beneficial to be covert.
But if we were to, say, run ahead of you and find you all because we were such cowards, like someone is suggesting,
Who said
then
that?
maybe I could, maybe
No one
that
said
could be a
that.
reason we ran into each other while not exactly making you, it seemed like you were lying too much.
That sounds excellent, but make haste because my people were built to march.
Oh, do not worry about haste. We got a halfling on back and Draska running. That's not going to be problem.
Yes, that should be fine. Just carry me.
All right. We're
So, in the 4 years since we've started this, have you like made like a standard issue battle papoose for this exact situation?
Yes.
Draska
Yes.
like unfolds the papoose, like straps it to
I'd
her
say
back.
that's
like,
probably
get in.
Yeah, and then there's an option for me to like stand and shoot as well as being, forward or backwards wherever we need to go if you need somebody on your back.
Oh my
I got you.
god.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll say the papoose does not really impose any mechanical benefit to the game since we're only hearing about it now, but
Yes,
flavor-wise, absolutely. Okay, we're actually very far over when I wanted to take a break, but this is a really good breaking
Okay.
spot, so we're gonna take 10 here.
Awesome.
Great.
Thank you all very much. We will see you in 10 minutes.
See you.
Yum, yum,
See you in
yum,
a
yum.
bit. Bye.
Bye. Feelings on a daily basis. Hey everybody, how's it going?
That was the
That
first
could be
line that
talking about
came back
literally
on
anyone,
that
if
is.
you're
Oh, I
being
know.
honest.
I meant for that to be the case.
Yeah,
I
Ben
wonder who we were
planned
talking
that.
about. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, welcome back. We are continuing as you are led through the wastes toward, strangely enough, that plateau. Professor and Hammer, I think it was, that y'all saw, that appeared to glow. And as it gets closer, you see that the glow is, it seems like the glow of magic currently at work. Like there's there's something going on, like something's being built with magic. As you were led up this like rocky set of like pathways to the top of the plateau, you see the remains of what appears to be some sort of company town. You see the sigil of House Coneth on basically everything. And it's basically all pretty much bombed out except for a main building in the center that has kind of had, well, it's still bombed out, but it's had like the top of it ripped off, and the light is coming from within there, within that structure. You are led towards that structure. During this whole walk, have you as characters had any sort of communications on anything?
Well, were Hammer and I gonna go ahead? Was that the plan? Or attempt to?
My goal is for
Forgot
them
about
to
that.
keep tabs about where they are going, and Hammer is going to sprint ahead, and hopefully at some point, like either cut off ahead, or they'll see in the distance, like the two of us running away, and
we can make up some sort of story that we were chased by some mutated doggos if they do happen to see us.
Yeah, we were running away from the event, from like noticing that our friends were in danger, and went to get help, not because of cowards. And we
You're very clear on that point.
we then got chased by like some weird blood-sucking dogs, which is partially true.
All right. Make me a deception check, the two of you, with advantage because they were prepped for this.
16.
18.
All right. Just to truncate it and to keep us moving. You cut them off. I'm not going to be a dick and make you roll a survival check for all that.
Thanks.
Yeah.
See, sweet GM.
You're able to use that mesa as like a kind of guiding star, and the and to truncate, the Warforged kind of are ready to murder you until you like start talking. They listen, they check it out with Zero and the rest of the party. I assume y'all all sign off.
Oh yeah, as soon as we see them, it's like They're ours.
They
Cowards, but ours.
they stop and convene for like 5 minutes away from you, and then return and kind of nod their heads and keep walking. Um, yeah. You were led up to the this building that I mentioned, and as you approach, you hear the shrieking of like metal and blowtorches working on things, and as you were led into the building, you find most of the factory level of this building. You assume it was once like very tall, is stripped, and instead you see in the very center of the room a massive tunnel heading downwards. This immediately excites you, Zero, because you've seen structures like this before. It's incomplete and much bigger than anyone you've ever seen, but it's a creation forge. Everyone else can roll me a history check.
You're actually building one?
Let me get these checks first.
15.
14.
6.
4.
Makes sense. Hammer, you just barely miss the DC. Professor, you hit the DC. Basilisk and Music Box, this is just like a weird bombed out workshop going down, whatever. Professor, you are I don't know your political affiliations, professors, but you realize what this is. It's a in-progress creation forge, which is how Warforged are made, and basically all of them were disassembled after the war. And I think part of the Treaty of Thronehold is you can't build them.
Oh.
This is a huge, huge deal if this is built, and potentially a massive threat. Or a massive like liberation along the lines of, it's basically like, think of it like the genophage in Mass Effect, where it's like, yeah, they could spiral out of control and destroy the universe, but also they deserve the right to reproduce. That kind of thing. It's basically almost exactly that political quandary.
Cool.
So you recognize this. Hammer, you get the sense that you've seen something like this in some sort of briefing regarding the history of the Warforged that you like fell asleep during. The Music Box and Basilisk, you see a hole in the ground. Zero, can you remind me the question you just asked?
You're actually building one?
The Lord of Blades has a vision for Corvair and a vision for the future of the Five Nations. The Five Nations shall become one, and true freedom is the ability to determine that future.
Yes,
and one
brother,
cannot determine that future if you are constantly worried about your race dying out.
I understand your philosophy, and though I don't align with it 100%, I do have an interest in what you're doing here. Where did you find the technology? How did you should share this information.
The Lord of Blades intends to, once we emerge from the mists, disseminate this knowledge to all of the Warforged of Corvair, so we may spread. I would use the term like a plague, but that implies something bad. But plagues also murder large amounts of people, so maybe it is quite apt.
don't think it needs to be done that way.
What are our other options? Live and die within mist, or under the bonds of our oppressors?
Or live alongside people together.
At this point, as you're having this conversation, what is everybody's passive perception?
20.
And
16.
12.
Hammer, music box, basilisk. As this conversation continues, you hear massive steps as something comes up the tunnel. Can you remind me the last thing you said, Zero?
I said, or live alongside people together.
Let me ask you a question. And rising out of the pit, you see
Rising from the last war.
rising from the pit that has like a little sign above it that says the last war. Rising out of the pit is, let me find this. Where did this go? I completely lost this image. I'll find it later. You see this very tall and broad but sleekly built warforged, probably about 9 feet tall, with these eyes that seem to glow red, and its face articulates better than most warforged, which some have like flapping mouths and some are just like solid faces, but this one actually, it's the face structure seems to be intricate enough to like move almost like real lips. It is sleek, well kept together, and it is covered General Guivas, and its arms are kind of covered in like shredder type blades, and 2 massive great swords are on its back. Let me ask you a question, Zero. What is the difference between a warforged and a slave? I extend this question to your friends as well.
I don't really think that that's a comparison that can be made since the Treaty of Thronehold.
Yes, Basilisk?
Difference is, do they have a seat at the table or do they only serve the table?
I will provide an alternative metaphor. Slaves, though their options are limited, their lives are subject to someone else's whims. They have more autonomy than a weapon. A gun does not decide where it's pointed. A gun does not decide what it kills and what it destroys. No matter what the Five Nations decide, they will never see us as anything more than guns that can speak. Good. And he kind of looks at the sky. Morning, everyone. I am the Lord of Blades. It is my pleasure.
If I may ask, do you seek to destroy all biological life, even those that are put under the same boot as you yourself have struggled out from?
Do you think I'm some sort of superhero villain? Absolutely not. We intend to be liberators. We intend to unite all of Corvair under one banner, and for 100 years of war, we will demand 100 years of repentance. We will not subjugate those who oppose us. We will simply collapse all societal constructs that not only oppress Warforged, but oppress changelings, oppress monsters.
So then where do you draw the line?
At those who stand in our way.
Do you not think that even the simple-lifed people will struggle to see your views as anything but aggressive grabs for power?
No real change was ever enacted by negotiating with your oppressors and them acquiescing out of the kindness of their hearts. It will be painful, but the world will be better for it. Anyway, I'm not here to discuss politics, and I assume you're not either.
Well, that is true. Nice to meet you, Lord of Blades. I am Hammer.
They call me Mr.
and
Blades.
Hammer. Oh, Mr. Blades. Sorry, thought that
Oh,
might have been your
Tony.
fault.
Actually, a
My
pretty
name's Tony.
sweet
Tony
name.
Blades.
She extends her hand out for a handshake.
He looks at it, and he approaches. Standing... How tall are you?
I am 6 foot.
Yeah, so he's like 3 feet above you, and he kind of looks down, and he kind of crouches a little bit and lowers to your level and takes your hand and shakes it.
And she now understands why Professor was not happy when she did that to her that one time.
Condescending. It's condescending.
she looks at Professor. It's like, I get it now.
I take a free action to pee myself. Just kidding. That was a joke.
How
Or was it?
This was partially to be a little friendly. Also partially like, I feel like this is the type of thing that Hammer as a fighter does, which is you take it, you make a handshake with someone, and that kind of gives you an idea on how strong their grip is and how confident they carry themselves by how strong their handshake is.
Make me an insight check.
Could I also be doing a similar insight check based on
Just
insightful
this whole
fighting?
conversation, yeah.
Yeah.
If anyone wants to glean anything, you can make an insight check. You just have to tell me what you're trying to understand.
17.
17. As he shakes your hand, the first thing that occurs to you, as you look at some of the Warforged around you and the way their fingers articulate, it would be hard for them to get like a really like solid, like, I don't know a better word, ergonomic grip on your hand.
Yeah.
It would kind of feel like they hold it and just kind of crunch around it. Not quite that mechanical, but like you know that you were shaking the hand of a robot.
Right.
With him, it feels like an actual hand is gripping you. It's just made of cold steel. The grip is extremely strong, but not trying to dominate you. It is expressing power as well as a modicum of respect. Basilisk, are you just doing the insightful fighting thing, or are you trying to glean something?
I'm trying to glean the double meaning, the words in between the words. So with that, it is a 22.
Radical. Okay. With that, and the way that he's been addressing the group, you get the sense that he means everything he says. But
Is it gloating, or is he trying to make this a teachable moment?
I was about to say it seems mostly for the benefit of the Warforged around you, and especially Zero. He is grandstanding, but not to a but he means everything he says. There's no lies hidden here. He might be coy with a couple of things, and he really does mean to get away from politics because he knows that you're never going to agree there, and he just wants to know why you're here. And he's giving you an audience, even though you know, and I think he knows that he could just tear you apart.
Lord, I would like to thank you and 3 here for your hospitality and your willfulness to work with me and my companions. And while I agree with most of your critical analysis, I understand we have our differences in terms of approach, but I think that in the circumstances here, we can be of use to each other. And that is regarding the recent launch of some force into the ring of Sybaris in the recent days that we are doing some reconnaissance around. And we understand that you're doing similar. So, would you be open to some information sharing?
Of course. You understand that our people are enemies. Not you, of course, but you work for a government that we intend to bulldoze into the ground at some point. But these are your friends, and you are our guests. And honestly, isn't there that old saying, the enemy of your enemy is your friend?
Right?
The rest of you, I'm sorry if I'm off-putting to you. I do not intend to kill you today. That sounded loaded. That sounded loaded.
Today.
Very, very kind of you.
Tomorrow is still open, so I appreciate the vague forecast.
So I do want to offer your companion here has mentioned that you do have one survivor who might have been responsible for this launch. So what I was thinking, I imagine they might be a little bit more forthcoming.
Hannibal.
Yes, if one of us were to handle the interview before they expired.
We have ways of making people talk, you see.
I like you all. He smiles and chuckles, and he just kind of waves you to follow him. And he says to he looks to 3 and says, 3, make sure to secure the silo. And please treat our guests with respect, as long as they return such respect.
Wonderful.
In our calling, I will telepathically ask Zero, how much power would be needed to run a creation forge?
Would I know the answer to that offhand? Like an actual...
Something
I want you to run a
16.2
connect.
gigawatts.
I want you to run a connect the dots check.
I think I've connected the dots, but that's where I'm going.
Unless you have gleaned something.
I would try and calculate the actual answer in terms of like...
I think
power.
Smoggles has. I don't know
I
how
do.
much Drask has.
Yeah, fair enough. Give me a straight intelligence roll.
Who, me?
No, 0. It's just kind of a.
Ooh, 11. Ooh.
It was a flat luck check basically, and that passes. The only question from that site that hasn't really been answered, other than the identity of those other people, that hasn't even been addressed, is the location of those dragon shards.
Mm-hmm.
They powered a silo. you can imagine that those and a few more of them could probably at least help power Creation Forge.
Now, where's this individual, sir?
Well, I'm taking you there. We're heading to one of the bottom rooms of the forge. The tools down there are more dangerous.
Ah,
Laughs in Alchemist.
As he walks, he continues.
I was
to...
never in doubt that things were going to be dangerous further down into the den of the Lord of Blades.
He continues to preach more, and I'm sorry if you guys will indulge me. And he says, "I want to be clear. I have no intention of killing you today. I cannot promise that we will not meet on the field of battle. But today,
Loaded.
we are allied in our wish to eliminate threats to our people."
No, don't worry. This is totally understandable. This is fighters' agreement. You know, we chat today, and then later on, that's when the actual fight happens. It's perfectly normal procedure.
You'll burn that government when you get to it.
Exactly. Someone understands.
We'll burn that bridge as we cross it. I understand it.
I hope that while there is tension in the air, that I will not be able to dispel. That the following series of events will convince you that, at least on this current goal, we're aligned. I have been unable to, me and my men have been unable to glean anything from this. I keep using that word today. Have been unable to to extract anything from the one remaining survivor, no matter what we do. I'm the best at reading people among us. However, my methods can be a little messy. And once I start, I have a little trouble stopping. I get really passionate.
Of course, as we all do. Have you tried reading his thoughts?
This is not something that I'm particularly capable of.
Ah, well, then you are in luck, sir. As we have many skills among our group.
Excellent.
That seems to be one of them.
As I mentioned, I'm very good at reading people, so any information that you recover, I would ask that you share with us.
Of course, and if I may be so bold as to just clarify, as this is an exchange of information, what is the information that will be granted to us upon giving you this cluster of knowledge?
He stops for a second and turns to you. And he goes, "Well, I was under the impression that us both gleaming information we wanted was enough exchange, but do you have something in mind?"
Well, I do have something specifically. I do have
Backing
something.
out of this.
Everyone backs
Everyone
away.
takes
Yeah,
a
everyone
single
backs
step.
up.
As the Lord of Blades steps, like, real close to you, and just
Now-
looks down at you.
Music Box is not.
I'm
Not
kidding.
thrown
He
off at
doesn't
all.
get that. He doesn't get that close. He's
No.
he's curious, and he's more focused on you than he's been this entire conversation.
Now, there are a series of tablets that I have been searching for. And I was wondering if perhaps you know anything about said tablets. We can burn that bridge as we cross it, as we have so eloquently said.
Make me a persuasion check.
That's a dirty 30
Jesus Christ. What's your modifier?
plus 11.
Hell yeah.
Jeez.
He he smiles and goes, "Bold. You've got, what do they call it? Oh, right, balls. You have those.
Sometimes I do.
Zero, you keep very interesting friends.
Yes, I I think they're quite good for, as you would say, flashbacks.
Actually, I think I'm
We
more
have a-
full of
we
some
have-
sort of jelly, but
That started with one of us named 47. He actually preferred meat bags, but flesh is a little bit more offensive.
the appropriate term currently is meat popsicle, but use that at your own discretion.
I thought that was I thought that was no nickname.
Well,
I only use it at the bars, Starling.
oh,
I wish, God,
You-
I wish you all would stay. There are ways to traverse the difference between us that some of our best engineers have been working on, and
oh,
that's a
interesting.
conversation for another day. To answer your question,
There's-
we have recovered some things that we were going to keep to ourselves,
Of course,
but
of course.
I won't say what they are, but if you share information with us that you glean from this person, there's that word again,
There it is. We love a good gleaning.
you can have exactly what I think you want.
Wonderful.
Forget
he
he's
will-
not a mind reader.
He will extend a hand out to shake. I believe it's customary for an agreement.
I prefer signing in blood, but sure. And he shakes your
I
hand.
am more than happy to do that if you would like.
Like I said, once I start, I don't think I can stop myself.
Ah, well.
Don't push your luck.
I
He
know the
turns and keeps
feeling.
walking.
I know the feeling.
He turns and keeps walking. Is anyone
Well,
else doing anything?
Am I
else?
flirting with the Lord of Blades?
I whisper to each basilisk, Zero, and Professor, and just go, "This better be important to our mission."
Yeah. Can I make like a history check about the tablets? Like, what? Like, would there be some tablets like of legend that have been lost in the morning?
What relevant details might you have shared with them the past 4 years, Music Box?
Nothing about these.
Okay, then maybe not.
Do they know anything about any patrons or affinities?
They know that I have an affinity for the chamber.
Okay, then it's you haven't. Make me a history check or religion, your choice.
Okay, let's see. History. Let's see which is higher. No, they're the same. Okay, that is a 13.
13. Based on a 13, you get the sense that this all has something to do with the draconic prophecy, but you kind of like shrug it off a little bit.
I like
But-
put a pin in that because I have
but,
a
like-
colleague back home that
But
might know.
almost everything has to do with the draconic prophecy. So it's like, okay, ancient tablets probably say some
Sure.
Nostradamus shit. Like, great. You don't necessarily shrug this event off, but like that's suitably vague.
Yeah.
Doesn't imply some super ulterior motive, just maybe as a personal fascination. Anyway.
Yeah. Cool.
Anyone else doing anything as you walk down?
While we're making illicit backdoor deals, I would be interested in knowing a little bit about the process for reconstructing a forge like this, if you'd be willing to share, in the interest of advancing our people.
Well, Aaron DeConeth was working on several different methods to make the production of Warforged more efficient.
Oh, Decanus.
And he was, Aaron DeConeth was very interested in making it easier and more in touch with accessing the concept of a soul. The forge that we have built here, while I'm sorry, in front of your friends, I would not like to go into specifics, is based on his most recent designs.
Most recent, as in decades old, right?
He smiles and he goes,
Perhaps something to do with the engineering that you mentioned.
he smiles and looks at you, Zero, and goes, "We keep Aaron close, my son." And he taps you on the shoulder and keeps walking.
Well, that is a nice little bit of information we have.
I like to do an insight check on that. How does he feel about Aaron himself?
Make me an insight check.
May I do one as well? Because I've mostly just been watching and listening.
Yeah, sure. I'll give you a more general one, Basilisk, unless you want to hone in on one part of the conversation.
That specific part at the end about the Coneth.
Okay.
Oh, okay, wait, I can explode this. Hold on. This is gonna get worse.
Load.
What
Or
was that,
better.
Zero?
Wait, are we playing Kids on Bikes now?
I got an 8.
Got an 8. There was something weird about that interaction. You don't know what it was. Good or bad, you don't know. It was weird.
Okay.
Basilisk?
Natural 20 for a total of 33.
Jesus Christ.
Ha
Are we playing Pathfinder or?
Yeah. Right. So
He has very few skills, as I've proven the last 2 games. This is one of them.
So he that interaction rings you. The Warforged you've seen here have been incredibly hostile. Their glares are hostile. The Lord of Blades, his opinions of everything so far appear to be more nuanced. The interaction you just watched was one of the most human interactions you've ever seen from a Warforged, particularly how he called him his son. I will not give more than that.
Yep.
We're here, he says, as you reach as you reach a door that looks like it was once one of the blast furnaces. And he opens the door, and just a wave of heat comes out of you, and you hear horrible screams. As you enter, you see this gentleman in all black leathers with a pencil mustache and a long goatee hanging upside down from the ceiling by
You
chains.
can't be here! You're dead! You're dead! I killed you!
And he's screaming as one of the Warforged has this little cup of like what's that called? Like just melted steel, and just keeps taking his fingers and just dipping them in the melting steel, and then taking them out. And all this Warforged keeps saying is, "You will comply."
I will.
You will
Comply.
comply.
I'm not. Can I do, Mr. Blades? Do you mind me? This is not going. I tell you right now, this is not going to work.
Of course. Have at it, friends. We'll be outside the door. And he snaps his fingers, and the Warforged kind of places down the cup of magma, points to it, and goes, "You can use that if you want." And
We
then
might.
Thank
then
you,
like
thank you.
follows the Lord of Blades out.
Just before we get too far from that, just so I have this for my notes, he called Zero his son, or
Zero.
just one to be sure.
And as they leave, you hear,
No.
That's right. Go on, you cowards. No one will ever be able to get any information out of Slippery John.
No!
Fucking
Ben told us
gotcha.
about this.
I killed you.
Wait, sorry, I have no idea who this is.
"This is a running channel joke. This is the most obnoxious character I've ever
Got it.
come up with."
Fantastic.
Zorn is screaming from the abyss, just enraged.
So James played this character in a one shot of mine that I did a few months ago. After our mushroom one shot, and as soon as he said I'm gonna play an alternate version where it's Slippery Jane, I was like, okay, fine. And then he changed his mind last minute, and he was immediately disintegrated. And that's where I left him. Because you can't kill Slippery John because he's a son of a bird.
Almost in the name.
I played in the first game that James DM'd, and he introduced Slippery John as one of my criminal contacts. And he just screwed us over every turn. He showed up in every town and just, like, completely screwed over our party.
Slippery John's the whole reason that the gang in Witchlight is even there. He got us invitations, and now we're in space.
The most Slippery John thing he ever did was the hotel room that was booby-trapped to hell. That you guys went through. Anyway, we'll tell that story later. We're running out of time.
All right.
He kind of hangs from the ceiling, and he just goes, Slippery John isn't going to tell you a thing either. Wait, you're people.
Yes.
Like people.
Yes, we are people.
It
John,
should
was it?
concern
Or do
you that both parties are united in making you talk.
Well, you can try.
I cast Disguise Self and make myself look like an elf.
Like right in front of him.
Right then. Your people, huh?
John, was it? Or do you prefer Slippery? I will use one or the other.
No, you use the whole thing. It's Slippery John.
No, I gave you a choice. You can choose one or the other.
Well, I will only respond to the full name, sir.
What is it that you want?
Well, the Slippery John wants us to be the greatest rogue in the history of the multiverse. Slippery John was paid very handsomely.
And why would you come to a place like this if you have to do with the multiverse?
Like I said, Slippery John was paid handsomely.
Bye.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. What is multiverse?
Well, you see, our world is not. It's a lot. It's a lot.
We'll
John,
talk about
please.
it later.
Those are
John.
the other verses.
SSJ slips.
Oh, I like slips.
Slips. Let's go with slips. We can do this an easy way. I can get you from hanging upside down, and we can talk about this, or we can do something a little bit more invasive.
Are you
Believe
coming
me.
on to me?
Yes, most likely.
That's
Now it is your choice.
What is my choice?
You can either tell us, or we can get invasive.
Tell you what. And what if Slippery John wants you to be invasive? Have you considered that?
Well, then I guess we have our answer then. I will put my hand on his head and grip a little tight, and I'll cast Detect Thoughts.
All right.
So rare for someone to give their consent during an interrogation. I just want to point that out.
Yeah, if he wants, like, does that mean he's not gonna roll a save if he consented?
He didn't technically consent. He didn't know what you were
He
doing.
may not
thought-
understand
he-
exactly
you
what he
you
was
didn't
you were
say
gonna do
what you
something
were
else.
gonna do.
But
Yeah, you're gonna do
he
something else.
consented.
He honestly
Yeah.
thought you were
No.
going to do something.
To
that's not how that
invasive,
works.
but not necessarily.
Actually, one
So
sec.
no.
One.
No, Ben,
I wanna.
I don't care what it says. No.
Yeah.
No, sorry. I'm checking a different spell. Oh, okay. No, that's a charisma check directed. That he has to make the save. First up, I want to see surface thoughts.
Surface thoughts are.
I swear, you're gonna give me some bullshit.
Surface
Slippery
thoughts are-
John's the greatest rogue in all of the multiverse.
Honestly, it's a lot of that to say. Slippery John's really proud of Slippery John. He's actually standing up to his fingers
What
being
do you know
burned,
about
and now all these
Tyler?
people.
I say, as soon as I recognize that the spell has been cast.
What did you
What?
say, Zero?
What do you know about the silo?
Um.
I'm hoping to
Yeah.
prod thoughts.
Okay. He goes, Silo. What the fuck's a silo? Oh, he must be talking about that. He must be talking about that thing. Oh, the thing that got us in trouble in the first place. All right.
Do I see anything shifting in his mind
In terms of
When-
what?
as far as like, what he's thinking about surface level as the questioning is?
I think that was the surface
That
level.
was the surface
Yeah,
level.
that was. The
Oh, okay.
You want
Yeah, I'll push.
to okay. What's your DC?
16.
You get real inside his head, and you don't like it there. It's you see just like it's almost like you're transported into this realm, and you look around and you see like tons of Slippery Johns going everywhere, basically saying variations of "I'm Slippery John, I'm the greatest."
Cool.
But then you start to watch them communicate with each other, and you hear, well, I don't really know anything, so if they're gonna torture me, they're just gonna have to kill me, because I don't really know anything about this silo place. I just know that I was supposed to, come and, install dragon shards and watch something go into the sky. I mean,
Where are the dragon shards?
what dragon shards? He says out loud, and then he says, "Oh, I do wonder where those went. I think the Warforged took them as soon as they captured us. I wonder what they're doing with them. I hope nothing untoward. That would be really weird. I don't like thinking about this. Do Warforged reproduce like
Who
normal people? Do
paid
they
you?
copulate? Who paid you? Yes, Hammer.
Oh, Basilisk
Oh no,
asked.
I was
Oh,
pointing.
I
at
thought you were
Basilisk.
raising your hand. Okay.
No, sorry.
Yeah. He says, "You're gonna have to do more to get something out of me like that. Slippery John never reveals the source of his never reveals his contacts." Music box, you hear? Oh, that guy with the gold robe that was really, really rich.
Do I have an image?
You see a guy in like a nice gold robe, like a bathrobe, and he comes over to Slippery John, and he just kind of hands him a note, and Slippery John seems to protest a little bit, but then he literally like just goes over to his desk, opens the desk, and pulls out a huge briefcase full of money, and places it in front of him, and make me a... This is not really how the spell works, but I'm giving you some stuff. Make me a perception check. Music box.
Perception check is going to be 21.
Alright.
We went from the most attractive suave villain to this guy so quick.
You
That was
you notice that this man is twiddling with a ring, and this ring has the shape of a circle, the dot in it, with like a crown off to the side of it.
Circle, dot.
I'll draw it for you later. But you see this ring. Do you have proficiency in history?
Probably. I have half proficiency.
Okay, that doesn't count. Not for this. You don't recognize it, but you do see the image, and it looks like some sort of. It seems like if you were a member of a dragon marked house, you would have a similar ring, but you do not recognize this as any sort of dragon mark.
I would like to take out my journal and quickly etch, the face of this guy, and then the symbol of the ring. Do I need to roll something to see how accurate I do?
I'll let you. I don't care.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, you
Just
do that.
as a bard, I would assume that I can draw and I can write pretty dang well.
So he's still like just kind of hanging there and going, "Go ahead, do your worst. You can attach dragon shards to my nipples if you want, and I still won't talk."
Jurassica's gonna check his pockets.
I want to know what his thoughts are about those dragon shards on his nipples.
I think
Is that something
you
he
know,
wants?
and I don't want to say it on stream.
Yeah, that sounds like something he wants.
Yeah.
Well,
Check
talking
his
about consent.
you check his pockets. Hammer, make me a investigation check.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. He you search through his pockets, and it's very similar to the suit that everyone else is wearing, but you keep pulling out knives and knives and more knives, like everywhere. There's just like 20 knives within this guy's pockets, and then literally somehow you reach into his coat pocket and feel something moving, and you pull out a rabbit, and the rabbit just kind of hops out of your hand and hops away, unless you contest this.
No.
But then you do finally find something that appears to be a small note. And let me find what it reads. As you open it up, he goes, "Oh, you're not supposed to do that. That was my favorite rabbit. Mr. Wombles, come back!" And he's like screaming over into the corner.
I would like, yeah, I would be like, so what about this thing that you watched shoot into the sky?
Once you're in on detect thoughts, do you stay there? Just for
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Just making sure.
Yeah,
Because this is
I'm
giving
looking
you
at
a
it.
lot.
Yeah.
So he
Yeah, it can. Oh, here you go. Either way, target knows that you're probing its mind. Unless you shift your attention to another creature's thoughts, the creature can use its action on its turn to make an intelligence check contested by my intelligence check. If it succeeds, the spell ends.
All right, he's gonna try.
Okay, I will
Also-
do an intelligence check as well.
I'm so sorry.
Also, the duration time is 1 minute.
Yes, the duration time is 1 minute as well. Okay, but that is a natural 20.
I'm not fucking kidding you. He did too.
So then rollies, we'll roll again. Okay, that is 19. This is just straight intelligence.
Yes.
Okay, 19.
I did. Okay. That is a. He has a -2 to intelligence, so that's a 15. Okay, so he's going like, "You can't get into my mind. My mind is an enigma. It is a maze, and you're gonna get lost in there, friend." You look in there, and the wind is kind of just like blowing really hard, and it's really difficult to see. It looks like some sort of like it's like, it looks like a starfish shaped device that is missing 2 legs, and it's a big metal device. It's a big stone device, very similar to the the stone that you saw in the dais. But
So it basically looks like a big weed leaf, except without the bottom stem.
Not really. It's kind of like It's like a, what is this? It kind of looks like a crosshair, and there's a way to say this. It's like a three-sided thing that looks like a clamp almost, like some kind of clamp that's like three-sided.
Like a Space Invaders ship. Right?
No.
Okay.
I need to figure out how to say this. It looks like in Mass Effect the big flagship I think. No, the Destiny. The Destiny.
Not the relay.
Ascension?
I think.
Yeah, Destiny Ascension.
I think that's what I'm thinking.
Not the Citadel, right?
Not the Citadel. Yeah, it's this. It looks like this, except on its side. Like those like arms like connect to the ground and then lifted off. And that's what it looks like.
All right, let me get a picture.
I'll post one in the chat.
Cool.
There's a better way to
I'll
say
get that.
this.
Probably, but you know.
I can't.
We
Like
do what we
I'm
can.
literally thinking of something that I've seen before, and I can't bring it to mind.
Oh, what about the
After-
note?
Yeah, I was gonna say
Yeah.
after that when I get to read my note.
Of course.
It says, "Dear Darla, I
And I
hate your
will-
stinking guts."
I will sketch a picture of this thing as well as soon as I see it.
Yeah. There you go.
Oh.
It's like the foot of a tripod. That's what I'm thinking of. It's like the foot of a tripod, but like
Yeah.
thick and big. The note
Yeah.
says, when the ring is found, the ring is won. The ring is shattered. The rage of war shall come. I will share that in the chat as well.
Draska like stares at that. She hates riddles, so she's just looking at it. Hammer like is just going. I don't know this.
Could I?
Well.
Anyone?
I
Just
want-
hand it to Professor and Zero, whichever of them want.
yeah, I can take a look at it.
We both like.
Yeah.
Yeah, Draska's
This-
there, and the both of you are over her shoulders, like.
Quickly,
Like, Standing
quickly,
on them.
before the spell ends, does anyone have any other questions for this man, or can I do something to scrub my mind?
Who was he working with?
This man who was in gold robes. I've drawn a picture of him.
Alright. You got it then.
Yes, he has a signet ring. Looks like a dot with a crown next to it. I'm not familiar with it, but I've drawn it as well.
This drawing does.
This individual.
This drawing I'm about to send does not have the gold robe, but he looks like this. Keep talking. I need a second.
And other than that, the device that launched looks sort of like a tripod. You know those like the landing platforms that they have those little like water rockets kids play with, and they pump it up and it shoots up in the air. It looks like the tripod that it's standing on.
Oh yeah, they sell that at all the magic shops.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Except it was big and made of stone. And god damn, this man is hot.
Oh no.
Okay, so we have that information. Yes. Did anyone go into structure before structure get launched?
I don't believe he was there. He showed up as it was leaving. Is that correct, James?
He seemed to not be paying much attention. He was just like, ooh, pretty colors. But what you did
Mhm.
see, it
Ah,
didn't look like a
yes.
structure. It looked like a large machine.
Almost
Okay.
like a satellite of some sort. Whatever the hell that is.
Yeah.
How did you meet this individual who set up that interaction?
He's gonna make another intelligence check.
Go for it. Okay, that is
That's a -1.
It's a -1. I rolled a natural 19, so
You're still stuck in his head, and you're trapped in here too.
Yeah, that's how it feels.
Sorry, 1 second.
Oh no.
I'm not trapped in here with you.
So you literally, you don't glean much. You see him sitting completely naked in a hot tub, and then someone comes up and just like waves and does this, and he gets up completely naked and walks out of the hot tub. And
That is unfortunate. He has a very small penis and not a good body.
roll a deception check.
Body shame the poor
It's not
thing.
body shame.
Body shame.
I'm not. I'm just saying he's not taking care of himself.
Roll a
Do you-
deception check.
It is
kidding.
not deception, James. A deception check is gonna be a 24.
Alright.
So Jessica's like, I think we have all the information we want. Now, Mr. Slippery John, I have question for you.
Well, I thought you had
do
all the
you-
information you want. If you have more questions, then
Oh
why
no,
just say you have all the
this
information?
is not related to what we are looking at.
He does
You're
actually have a
very
point
scary
there.
and intimidating, but you haven't done one thing to hurt me. But that's very interesting. This interrogation has not gone like I thought it would.
Yes, that usually is how it is. We've decided to give up because you are such good at keeping a tight lip. All we got was card that has absolutely no useful information and bunch of useless knives. So you are just so good at keeping a tight lip on this. So what I'm going to ask you is, do you want to stay here and continue getting fingers burnt, or would you like to actually leave?
So, Professor and Zero, as you're looking over this, I don't think you really need to make a check, Professor. Zero, you might need to. This would be a history check. Professor, this is it at least reads like a portion of the Draconic Prophecy.
I got a dirty 20.
Yeah, you get the sense that this is part of that Draconic Prophecy.
And
Which
the
for
signal?
everybody's benefit is kind of like a Nostradamus thing that's very vague. There are people studying it all the time, particularly the Chamber, which is a bunch of dragons who kind of devote themselves to this prophecy.
They're what? They're not. What? No.
But yeah, like it's generally like prophecies and predictions that are extremely vague, have multiple meanings, and can come true in multiple ways. It seems weird that this would be on this person for obvious reasons.
MB, you might want to take a look at this.
I will. Is it an actual part of the Draconic Prophecy, or is it just gobbledy gobble that's written similarly?
I don't. Make me a history check.
Natural 20.
It was written on one of the tablets you're looking for.
That is quite interesting, actually. Where did you get this?
Well,
Was it just handed to you?
That was handed to him by the person.
By the
who had
person
golden
who.
robe.
Wonderful. It's very, very interesting.
So, Slippery John, the question still stands.
Well, if I make it out of here alive, I feel like you've gleaned enough information. There it is again. You've gotten enough information out of me that I will probably be killed anyway. So, just make it quick. And he like extends his neck.
I also feel like we may be in contempt of our visit if we were to release him immediately.
Oh, of course. No, that
So
wasn't part of
throw-
our agreement whatsoever.
You
To
said
throw
don't.
him into furnace?
No. We let them do with him as they please, as he is their captive, and he has consigned himself to death as it is. So
Right.
this is not really our place to do anything. We have what we came here for. We will share the information we have gathered, and I believe that should be that.
Yeah, we don't technically have jurisdiction here,
No.
at least not when the Lord of Blades is right outside the door.
The Lord of Blades at this point bursts in. Just, all right, time's up. Found anything?
Wonderful. Of course.
It sounded like it was
Um,
productive.
Yes, quite productive, actually. I will show him the picture of the individual who paid him. Of course, I will be completely forthright with you. I share everything that we gleaned. Now I'm using it. And yes, are you familiar with this signet ring, or
He
at
looks
least
at it.
this symbol?
He looks at it. And he just kind of, for the first time, seems kind of put back, and he goes, "My, I haven't seen this in a long time." And he looks at you, and he doesn't hold the ring. He looks at the image, and he, I haven't seen something like this in a long time. He looks at you, and immediately he bursts into this form and walks over to Slippery John, and just all of those knives go in his throat. All of them. And
Well.
then he returns back, and all of them kind of recede back into his body. And he goes, "I tell you what. It's either the information that you wanted, or information on this."
I can get the information on this elsewhere.
Excuse me.
Yes, Jaska.
I would like to think that this is maybe a thing we should discuss as a group, as opposed to one of us deciding on this.
Yes, but I already know your answer, and I'm the one with the information here.
Well, technically, they all have the information because you showed it to them.
Yes, well then, they can get what they want, I get what I want, and I think we're fine.
Oh, no. One or the other, friend.
We're here to satisfy the mission, not your whims.
And
I
what...
say to Music Box.
True.
Music Box, this is for the better of the world. We have to know what is going on.
I will say this. This helps your decision. Like you claim that information on this you can get elsewhere. It'll be very difficult. Information on the other thing, I'm pretty certain you'll run across it again. But it's your choice. I'd say you have to confer with your allies here.
Wait, are you talking about between this ring here and those tablets you mentioned?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, neither of these are mission critical.
Yes, the Lord of Blades ring is mission critical because it tells us who is responsible for launching the silo.
Oh, right. Yep. I rescind that immediately.
No worries. Please.
Fine.
Is the world not enough? It wasn't that great. It wasn't that
I'll
great.
give it.
I
I'll give
tried
it.
to set you up
No,
for it, Ben.
no,
I tried
no,
to set it up.
No, the world is not enough!
There it is.
Well done.
Give it to him.
Alright, I'll
that's
give it
fair.
to him because he
No.
got it.
Yeah.
No. Vetoed.
We have to get the
Give
title
give
in
it to-
somehow.
Give it to her because she set me up for it.
Yeah. An assist inspiration.
I'll give it to the professor.
Yeah.
You
So-
do not have to. It was a bad version of it.
I think the
If
rest
someone else can do it better, give it to them.
And
Fine. What do you know about the signet ring? And the man in gold?
well,
Since
actually-
these are a package deal, you should tell us both.
Well, I believe they kind of lean. I don't know anything about the man, necessarily, but I do know that this ring is the symbol of a group known as the Aurum. They are the...
AURUM?
Yes, like gold. They are the most powerful, elite, and wealthy members of society. They guide most political decisions through just their money. If these are your enemies, you are dealing with the very thing that probably runs your government, to be honest. Ah, that was fun, he says, and then he looks at you, Music Box, and goes, I'm sorry, I just wanted to start a little tension. I do not have what you seek, but I know that the Aurum do. At least, part of it. They would be seeking such things, and they would use all resources possible to gain them. Whoever has access to all of the Draconic prophecy has foresight unlike anyone else on the planet.
Thank you for your hospitality and for your business.
You are very welcome.
That line that is found on the fellow right there. That's a bit concerning, right? It doesn't take a genius to read into that mention of ring 3 times. To be a bit concerned about the connection to that thing that was launched into a ring recently.
And an orbit could be a ring. Circles are very powerful things in symbology and in prophecy.
So what I'm gathering is a bunch of rich people are shooting things into the ring above us to fulfill a one line of some sort of dragon prophecy.
If I may
Potentially.
if I may offer more in that regard, my assumption would
At
be,
what price?
well, since you think there is a price, what are you offering?
My pain and suffering.
Pain and suffering of the whole world would not be enough. And he walks and he walks.
After all, the world is not enough.
We're all trying. We're all trying.
I don't
We're
care.
grasping. We are grasping.
Look, this is. I'm giving no more effort to this as I did as Boogie in the play.
And he goes, you all, if you are going to stand up against something like the Aurum, from experience in a prior life, I can tell you that you need to be of thicker skin. You have skin, after all. You may go. Thank you for the cooperation.
Before we go, may I have a private word with you?
everyone's wanting a private word. We're coming here to like do things. Draska's saying this as she's Hammer's saying this as she like walks out the door. It's like we're all doing secrets. We just come in here for mission. Trails off.
I will give time to each one of you. If you desire any more communication. After all, the next time we see each other, one of us will die. So
Only one.
Yeah, only one.
Yeah, that's actually quite a great deal.
well,
I think he knows which target he'd be picking
Grim-
first.
Yeah, grammatically, it's like we paired off.
right,
So
when I see you,
Oh,
then
we're
we'll
Yeah.
die. And when I
oh,
see
so each
you, and when I
individual
see
pair.
you,
Yes.
one of
Oh,
us will
okay.
die.
yeah, one at a time.
I didn't
yeah.
make that clear.
Glad to be clear.
He's very
Sorry,
polite.
I'm very particular about the words that are chosen. I am Faye, after all.
The Fae love grammar.
I do love grammar.
All right. The rest of you, I will meet you upstairs, and if you would like some private counsel, I will offer it. And he pulls Basilisk aside. He doesn't pull you, but he just kind of walks over towards the
Just
furnace.
takes my arm with him, and I'm left standing there.
Yes, Daddy.
It's like Ultron. He's like, oh, I'm so sorry. No.
Hello,
he,
Daddy. Yes, Daddy. Thank you.
He like rips Slippery John down and literally just throws him into the furnace with one arm, and he goes, "All right, how can I help you?"
Well, I'm sure that you would understand wanting to avoid calamity for your own people. In the interest of that, and trying to create inroads so that whatever happens next is the kindest cut possible, help me understand something. Who were you during the war?
Make me a persuasion check.
For those who know him, Trevor is singing karaoke right now.
Oh,
I
no.
just got a
16.
video of it, so I was like, oh.
What'd you say?
16.
16. It says, I have always been the greatest advocate for the Warforged in every life.
Ah.
I thank you for your candor.
No one will believe you.
No,
And,
not even a little bit.
And he walks towards the door, and you all head upstairs.
You sound a lot different than your son. Different accent.
They're very distantly related.
Oh, okay, so that's
Like on opposite sides of the planet and like decades apart.
okay.
But
Yeah, your son had this really annoying French accent. Just like nobody liked him. It was,
oh,
it was the
Norin. Oh shit. He's
thing. My boy.
my baby boy. No. So, do any of you desire private counsel with him because he will give it?
No. It's okay. This happened with Hordak Prime. It happened with General Grievous. We can move forward.
It's
Just
General
writing in your
Grievous.
sketchbook, I will climb him like a tree.
Gonna take my baby. Gonna lay him down.
I would like.
I'm. Oh yes, please.
I would like counsel with you, Zero.
Okay. Certainly.
You were the first. I am proud of you. But I have to ask, Why do you trust these lanterns?
How do you know about me? Did Aaron tell you?
What Aaron knows, I know. We're very close. And he continues saying, you know, you've heard of dragon chess, right?
Oh, of course. There's
Are you familiar with
iterations, yet still limited.
5D dragon chess?
You stacked 2 more plates on top of those 3 already, really?
It's a little bit of a misnomer, actually. The whole concept is that not only are you playing on one board, you are playing on boards across different timelines. And the only way to win is to make sure that you capture the king in every single timeline.
Of course.
I can't do that without you.
Sounds tedious.
You are that last piece. So, I ask that you consider returning to us. I am not a slave lord like your friends, but I give you choice, and I hope ever so dearly that you make the right one. And that isn't a threat. It's a father afraid.
Do I need to make an insight check at this point?
I'd say you've got it. I'd say that if people completely unrelated to the situation get it, I think you do.
I probably don't.
Oh, he's the Lord of Blades. Got it.
I probably don't say anything for a good half a minute. Why the sharp?
Bladelet?
Really? Like, why? Not the rhetoric. The rhetoric's not the problem. Why do you want to kill everyone to accomplish your goals? I agree with what you want, but why is death the only answer?
Would you like a pamphlet? He says, as I mentioned before, no change was ever brought about through polite asking.
Oh, I agree with that sentiment.
I don't intend to kill everyone, just those who stand in my way.
Well,
Let me rephrase. And he grabs you by both shoulders. Our way.
your organizing could use some work. Sincerely,
fair.
everyone thinks you want to do a genocide, so...
I think that says more about them than about me. Regardless.
Well, I trust these people with my life, and I believe that they trust me with theirs. So, I trust you, Father, with my life as well, but I need to see through what I'm doing here.
He breathes, and at this very moment, a loud, shrill ringing rings out throughout the entire complex. He looks at you and says, I think we need to put this on hold. Duty calls. And all of the blades come out, and he walks upstairs as all of you hear the clinking of metal and gunshots being fired. you see more of these black clad people. At least 20 of them entering the building. Right through your way out. And on that note, we end our session.
Oh boy.
Thank
Golly
you.
gee.
Golly gee. Thank you for joining us, everyone. This has been a really exciting launch to a new series, and I hope you enjoyed it. And we will see you again this coming Wednesday for our Star Beyond the Space Wildlight game. That'll be next Wednesday at 7 CST. And then we'll be back next Friday. So, anyone got anything to plug?
And on Tuesday, more D&D on over at Knights of Silver Moon.
Thank you. Knights of Silver Moon is a wonderful friend to the channel, and they have excellent content over there.
And Monday, we're doing Kids on Bikes over there.
So please,
We're getting pretty good. In
I don't know how to link things in the chat and like shout out things in the chat. Can someone else do that? But yeah, go check out Knights of
Dreamy,
Silver
are you
Moon.
there?
I think Dreamy's probably gone.
No, Dreamy's gone.
Anyway,
No!
have a wonderful rest of your
Dreamy
evening.
shot.
Yes.
Oh wait, Sam has something.
Sorry,
Yes.
I am playing on my channel Signalis, which is a pixel art sci-fi horror game, and I'll be playing that tomorrow at 12 Eastern.
Ooh.
Beautiful. Can you
Is
shout
that
out?
going to work?
Can you shout out your
that
channel
how-
as
Put
well?
it in the chat.
Beautiful.
It's Moguls11,
Excellent.
and you'll be able to see me there.
Beautiful.
Well,
I
I
might
guess
be
I have to
out
do
of rehearsal,
this.
so I might swing by on that. So thank you everyone. Clickety clackety. Please come backety. Bye bye.